Do you want to be? Do you want to be seen, or you?
Yeah, I'll be seen.
Okay. Let's mute you.
Don't ask me how. Don't ask me how. That person look familiar. Who is this?
Hello?
Hi.
Am I in the right meeting?
I hope so.
I am from Israel Baptist Church.
Oh, are you?
Yes, they asked me to attend you all's meeting so I could bring back the information.
Oh, where's Israel Baptist Church located?
Saratoga Avenue.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I hope am I in the right meeting?
This is ANC 5B.
Did you all used to meet at the precinct, District 5?
I beg your pardon, would you repeat that?
District 5 precinct?
We are.
No, that's 5C. That's 5C, Miss Hale.
That's 5C.
Thank you so much.
Because Israel Baptist Church is the one on the hill, right? The one that sits up on the hill?
Yes.
Yes, so that's in 5C. That's 5C06, I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm glad
You're welcome to stay, Miss Hale.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You all have a good meeting.
You too, Miss Hale. You enjoy.
Okay, I'm in the wrong meeting.
Is your last name Floyd? Was your last name used to be Floyd?
Yes. Who is this?
I said you look familiar. Hazel, Wilhelmina and I went to school together. We were best of friends. I'm Gayle from across the street.
Oh, Gayle. Hi.
I said, you look like a Floyd.
Yes, it is.
You guys all looking like you cannot miss you guys. Well, wow, it's nice seeing you, Janice. I saw the first name and I saw Hale, and I go, I wonder if that's Janice
Yes.
Floyd. It
That's
is.
right. How's
Thank
your
you
mom?
for showing up. She's doing fine. How's your mom? I
Wonderful.
saw Wilhelmina and your sister the other day, the oldest
Okay.
one,
Right, okay.
when they came back to visit your mom.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell everyone I said hi, although I do see them often when I go over there to see my
All
mom.
right. I most certainly will.
All
So
right, take care.
Take care. Okay, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That fish started really I was able to speak without starting the video. I guess I'm all right. How do I change this crap? There's got to be a way. Let me look that up.
What are you trying to change?
Because I don't know who is who. Every time I try to get on here differently, I still end up coming on here the same way. What is?
Yeah.
We cannot display your video. Make sure your camera is. Oh, please. Anyway, try to change my name so that I am not the host.
I don't know how that does that.
I guess whoever makes it in first is the host, huh?
Yeah,
Let me see
I don't know.
how to change.
The more I try to figure it out, I get confused with it.
Name. Let me see. Embedded. Oh, here it is. Well, I don't want that either, but okay. Ah. Huh. I know how to do it, but do I want to do that right now?
If you know, let me know.
I just looked at it.
Don't do anything you can't reverse.
I know, right?
I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm not. I don't know how successful I am at what I'm trying to do.
Let me see. Oh, I can do this. Can't I? They won't take me into anything.
If you figure it out, let me know, because I'm trying to figure it out as well.
You gotta do it before you get in.
Okay. Because I can't see any video. I can see it's me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know.
Let me see.
So 6:30, Madam Chair, are we going to give it a few more minutes?
Let me see.
We have a quorum.
It is currently 6:31. We have we can so we can go ahead and take a look, and we're going to do a look at the agenda before we get started.
Um,
Are there any changes to the agenda?
do we have it up, or should we look at the copy you sent?
I'm going to pull it up for you guys now.
Well, I have a hard copy, but if Commissioner Carley needs it on the screen, that's totally fine with me.
Yeah, I can put up the agenda. I just wanted to ensure
Ooh.
that the public gets to see it.
Okay.
Okay. And let me go ahead and share my screen. Is everyone able to see the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And move it down so we can.
And you received the email with the lieutenant's name that will be representing PSA 405 that I requested from 4th District.
Yes, you did that information. Yeah.
I think I just, saw him, which is why I'm also bringing it up. And then I also see Captain Moore is in as well.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're okay.
All right. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and do a roll call. I just want to ensure our agenda was up. Commissioner Carley.
Present.
Commissioner Higgins is present. Commissioner Piekara.
Present.
Commissioner Amin.
Present.
And Commissioner Costello.
Present.
Okay, so all 5 commissioners are present. We do have a quorum. So I've had the agenda up. Do we have any additions, edits, or?
Just before we proceed, can you please turn on closed captioning? We've had a request from the community to make sure this meeting is accessible.
Okay, I do not know how to turn on the closed captioning.
It should be under probably settings and accessibility.
I'm sorry.
It should probably be under settings and accessibility, maybe, or I'm not sure. It's not the host. I don't have controls over that.
Wait a minute.
Maybe under more options.
We don't closed caption, but thank you so much for that. If you're able to specifically tell me how to do so, then we can do that.
Sure, Commissioner, I can, here, let me send you the link I sent you last week on it.
To do that.
What's that?
Council Commissioner is not on to do that. That's her job, not the chair's job.
Oh, with all due respect, Ms. Rivens Smith, we're not the host of the meeting. We don't have the controls to turn on closed captions, which is why we're asking that
we usually don't turn on. This is something that we have just started.
No, we've actually had them in all of our previous ones. You'll be able to see them if you look at the videos.
I have not been doing the closed captioning since we've had the meetings.
Yes, but because I was able to access the host account before I was able to turn it on.
If you are able to do so, can we move through our meeting?
I will send it to you, but unfortunately, as I'm not the host, I can't do that.
You said that, so if you could
so you have the inbox.
Commissioner, if you could send that to Commissioner Carley, I would appreciate it. I can't run the meeting and do that at the same time. So I would appreciate it if you would send that to Commissioner Carley. Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. And we're going to move to our next item, which was the agenda again. Has everyone had an opportunity to take a look at the agenda?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Again, are there any questions, omissions, edits?
Commissioner Costello, I think you were not expecting somebody from the DC office of Higgins to attend. If it makes much of a difference for the schedule today, I think we should maybe just strike that from the agenda.
Yes, thank you very much. You sent an email this afternoon and the agenda had already gone out, so thank you very much. We will take that off of our agenda. Any others?
I'm sorry, if you need me to make a formal motion, I move to remove it from the agenda.
Any others?
No.
Okay. I'll place a motion on the floor to accept the agenda with the change to remove the DC Office of Human Rights from the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been placed on the floor and seconded by Commissioner Carley. Call for the vote. Is there any discussion? All in favor of accepting the agenda with the change of removing the Office of Human Rights, say aye.
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 I have Commissioner Carley with the aye, Commissioner Amin with an aye. Commissioner Costello, was that you with an aye?
Should have been. Thank you.
And is that it? Do I have any nays?
I think you missed me. I'm an aye as well.
Okay. Commissioner Piekara, so we have all ayes. The ayes have it. 5 ayes, no nays, and no abstentions. All right, so moving on. Everyone should have received the minutes. 4 sets of minutes. Commissioner Piekara, do you have the October minutes?
I did send those over, but let me pull them up. This is where my handy annotated agenda is coming in.
As we received those minutes, we're not ready for them yet. When we received the minutes, we had asked that all of the comments that you had in the agenda, the minutes be removed and just.
Sure, there's no comments in these.
Which minutes are we looking at, Chair?
These are October, but we're not starting with those.
Okay.
But my question was, had they been changed from our last discussion?
I don't think you've seen these minutes before. They were from our October meeting, so I'm not sure that I sent them to you last week, but I don't think that there's been a discussion about these minutes.
Okay. Right, so if you can remove those from the screen, I'll go ahead and start with the May 26th meeting.
I'm happy to pull those up here.
No, I have them. I sent those minutes out because we did not receive the revised minutes that we had asked you for.
Commissioner, you received them at the last public meeting. Remember, we had them up on the screen. They haven't been changed since then.
Commissioner Piekara, would you please remove those minutes? I sent out some minutes earlier today.
Commissioner, I'm the secretary. I'm confused. What do you mean you sent out some minutes?
Commissioner Piekara, would you please remove the minutes from the screen?
Are you saying that you did different minutes?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I'm the secretary of the commission. I don't think you have the ability to change the minutes. They can be up for discussion and we can certainly vote to amend them per Robert's rules, but I don't think there's any precedent for the chair to completely redo the minutes.
But Commissioner Piekara, when we discussed the meetings dating back to May,
Mhm.
the minutes had information in them that were mostly comments made instead of actions taken.
So again, what I have up on the screen, I'm confused. I mean, these are all actions taken. They are per your request. I pulled out the detailed one, and that is now just a record of the meeting, but this is the minutes. As you can see, even with
Commissioner
DDOT and
Piekara,
others.
did you send that to us?
Yes,
Those
ma'am.
new copies?
Yes, ma'am. You received them in October.
Uh,
I was
is
just
it-
searching if it's helpful. I'm sorry, if it's helpful, I was
Okay.
just searching my email for the minutes just to make sure I had them on hand for my own
Sure, I'm sure.
review. And it looks like October 27th is when I got a few different sets of minutes for, I think it was like May, June, July, and maybe September.
Mm-hmm.
So October 27th.
How was that?
And October 27th, did we have any discussion about the minutes during the meeting?
There was a request for, let's pull up the October minutes. There was a request you placed a motion on the floor to ask that the approval of the meeting minutes from May, June, the June special meeting, and September be tabled for 2 weeks until, at that point, it would have 2 weeks from the meeting date. Commissioner Amin seconded it.
meeting number.
Yeah.
And the reason why we asked to table the minutes?
I don't think I'm sorry.
sorry, go
I
ahead.
don't think we had enough time to
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm referring to Commissioner Piekara.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll mute myself.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think because Commissioner Amin said he didn't have enough time to review them.
Your information.
Well, I think what he said, with my, memory being what it is he had a hard time reading them because you keep stamping draft on there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first set. The second, what happened in October was that several commissioners requested more time to review the minutes because we felt like we didn't have enough time. Could you mute your
Mute yourself.
We're picking up somebody.
Could you mute yourself, please?
Everybody but the commissioners, please mute yourself at least for now. Thank you.
I got speakerphone.
Yeah. So several commissioners said that they requested more time to review the minutes because it was, as Commissioner Higgins said, it was some concern about the minutes that were submitted were interjected with a lot of personal comments and not exactly actions taken, personal opinions on things and not actions taken. So we wanted to go back and remove those things out from May through September.
Sure, Commissioner, if you want to, I mean, we're up. If you want to flag which comments in here, or not, I mean, we're certainly able to amend these.
Well, I
and
don't
flag
think
which
it's a good
comments.
idea to do that again because not being able to see the full content of the information does not help. And with it being on the screen, the information is tiny, so we're not able to look at everything in detail.
Oh, I can blow that up. That's an easy fix.
No, the easy fix is to send the information, like,
Oh, Commissioner, you received it. Here, I can share the.
Wait, can I finish my thought?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to that, we have been requesting minutes over the months from you. Previously, we did not get anything. There was silence, radio silence, and then we received the bulk of the information. And then once we got the information, it was very negative, and it really did not portray what minutes should have looked like. And we've been going back and forth in terms of these minutes, and a couple of things have happened. One, we're unable to get the monies that we need to get or turn in our quarterly reports if we don't have our minutes to send with that report. And we would like to send that information in correctly, not with a lot of dialogue that has nothing to do with the action taken, but a commissioner's opinion of what was said or what was said that has nothing to do with the action. So I would ask again, if you would please remove that from the screen, I would really appreciate it so we can move on.
And sorry, so
Right.
when you say move on, just to be clear, are we saying we're tabling the minutes again, or I'm unclear what's happening here?
What's happening here is we're going to move on and we'll come back. Can we move on to the treasurer's report? Commissioner
right,
Amin, you
Commissioner, are
have
you-
the floor.
For recording purposes, are you making a motion to table the approval of the minutes?
No, we're not tabling. I'm going to the next item until we're able to receive your minutes, and we can get that in our email, and it shouldn't take you but a minute.
Commissioner, they're already in your email. I'm happy to resend them.
That's what I just requested.
Oh, okay, yeah, no problem.
No problem. Commissioner Amin.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. So Treasurer's Report. Good evening, commissioners. Good evening, community. It's a pleasure again to be in front of you and provide you with ANC 5B's Treasury Report. Let's start with the available balance. As of date, ANC 5B's available balance is $11,942.64. All invoices are paid up for the months of October and November. So we're in good standing there. So we're going to move on to our quarterly reports through the Treasury Report. And I sent you the email that the treasurer, received from the OANC about our quarterly reports, because I figured that would just be easier to follow along as I read this. So let's start with fiscal year 21 Q3 report. So the FY21 Q3 release releases the FY22 Q1. So I repeat that. FY21 Q3 releases FY22 Q1. The allotment is in release, and the release date has not been assigned by the OANC, and the OANC will notify ANC 5B once the release date is issued. So it looks like it appears that FY21 Q3 is in good standing, and our next allotment will be released. So let's go to FY21 Q4. The FY21 Q4 releases FY22 Q2. We are not in compliance with FY21 Q4. It has been voted on. We have not submitted that report. Therefore, we're flagged as being late, and we are at risk in losing that allotment. And that sign date is past due at this point, but the report is ready to go. We're just waiting for. We're trying to obtain Commissioner Piekara's, the secretary's signature, as well as the minutes, which I will get to that as well, because each quarterly, as stated a few minutes ago, has to be accompanied by the minutes in order to be in compliance. So again, FY21 Q4 has been voted on. It's been signed by the chair, and it's been signed by me, the treasurer. The only signature that we do not have at this point is that of the current secretary, and that is Commissioner Piekara. I'm going to move on and then come back to FY21 Q4, right? So the FY22 budget is in compliance we are in compliance for providing the budget, but now we need to vote on the budget and support it with the minutes that has been voted on. That's on the agenda for this evening. Right. So the minutes, as stated by Chair Higgins and by me a few minutes ago, all minutes need to accompany the reports. They need to be with our quarterlies, our budget, and our grants. So any actions that we take need to be reflected in those minutes. And when they're not reflected in those minutes, we are out of compliance. Therefore, those funds, well, first of all, we're out of compliance. We may not ever receive those funds. So from this point on, it's imperative that ANC 5B minutes come in in a timely fashion with all action taken. The QFR worksheet right now is reconciled as of 9/30/21, right? And our filing, and there's a few images of checks that were cashed through our account that will not open, and we have been asked to resubmit images of those checks, and I will take care of that. I have no idea why those won't open, but we will go back and revisit those, and you have those checks in your email. But 1278, 1280, 1281, 1282, 1283, and 1287. I was informed by the office of the OAC, but they did not open. So I go back up to FY21 Q4 and request Commissioner Piekara, can you meet me tomorrow for a signature, for a signing date?
I cannot, Commissioner, but I'm happy to sign it virtually. I'm actually going to be out of town until, when are we coming back? I think next Friday.
Right. Okay. Can you meet me tonight after the meeting to sign it?
I cannot. I can do it via DocuSign right now.
Yeah. Okay. So, Commissioner, yes, DocuSign is an option that we have, but because I'm the treasurer, I'm responsible for all documents, all financial documents. So it has been my practice since I was sworn into this position to hand carry all documents from the beginning to the end because I'm solely responsible. So whatever goes right with those documents or whatever goes wrong with those documents, it comes back on me. Now, it should be noted that in the past, let's just start it. The chair and I we've met and we've signed FY21 Q4 like every 3 other quarterlies before that. It also should be noted for the community that you and I have met and signed in public, in open space, every quarterly up until this point in public. We've signed 2 at the farmer's market and we signed 1 at the office. Each time we were in open space, each time you were with your family. So, we've set a precedent of us meeting. And also I want to add to that each time you didn't have a pen, so you use my pen. So your concerns, I don't know that this concern you have about exposure to COVID doesn't really hold tight with me as the treasurer. And I really believe this is something else. And I support my suspicions with that because we have pictures and tweets of you, one at a march with like dozens and dozens, a couple of dozens of people on 13th Street when you and Commissioner Costello had your DDOT march. So we know that you've been out in the public and we know that you've been with people. So your fear of being one-on-one with me now, I know what it's about, but I mean, I don't think it holds. And the other thing is that, and then we have tweets and pictures of you at Freshfield Farmers Market, you know, talking about the budget, passing out DDOT signs with several constituents less than 6 feet from you engaged in conversation. So with all of that being said, I don't think that as treasurer in the commission, we just don't believe that your reason for not wanting to meet to sign a document that you've signed before in publicly, I have to reiterate that, is, you know, founded. So again, you're refusing to meet, perform your duties as 5B's secretary to sign quarterlies. Now,
Commissioner, if you would like to wait until we get back from our holiday trip, you can do that, or you can send it to me by digitally. I mean,
we don't have the luxury of waiting anymore, Commissioner.
Some of us don't have access to the chat. Can someone please open up the chat so folks can
excuse me.
Some people are available on the chat.
Excuse me, community member. We are in discourse here.
But they raise a point. We need to have the chat open.
And this is not access to chat time. This is commissioner to commissioner time. This is commissioner to commissioner time. This is commissioner to commissioner time. This is not your chat time. Because if we were in public, you will not be speaking. So therefore, the same rules apply here. It's commissioner to commissioner, not your time to chat.
My understanding is the chat is open to certain individuals and not to others. Is there a reason why that is?
Excuse me.
Is there a reason the chat is only open to certain individuals, but not to all folks who are present during this call?
All right. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you for that. So, Commissioner Piekara, I want it for the record. I want it for the record.
Why the chat is open only to certain constituents and not to others?
I want it for the record that Commissioner Piekara again has refused to sign the quarterly,
but not to others.
along with several other responsibilities that she has failed to perform as ANC 5B secretary. Thank you.
Commissioner Higgins, it looks like everyone's video.
Can you excuse me 1 second? We need to really have a point of order. We're not going to agree, but please, we do have to respect one another. We have to respect one another. And this is not the way we're going to get any work done this evening. Now, the chat, we're trying to work on the chat. I don't know why the chat is not working, because I do see activity.
Yeah.
So it looks like Scott's turned it back on now.
I'm not sure, because I don't know how to just not let some people chat. I can't even see the video.
Well, someone has turned off the video. That was going to be my next point. We need to have
see myself. I was just on the video, and I don't even have video capabilities.
I don't know who's doing it, because I know I'm not doing it. Mine is off as well.
We have a host and a co-host. So I think Commissioner Carley and Commissioner Higgins
have a point of order. Because everybody respect everyone else that's on the line that's trying to listen.
And whoever that is, 5B or 3, that's who's controlling it now.
No, ma'am. I'm in here as a guest. I'm in here with the same permissions as everybody else. The two people with the DC flag on them, where it says host and co-host, if you hover over their names, you can see clearly who has the controls over the meeting.
Well, I'm not hitting anything. I know that. I'm just looking to see, is the chat on, and that's it. Actually, I was looking for the closed caption, but I have not hit any buttons.
So I'm asking whatever's happening.
The host has turned off video. So host is disabled video. So I'm not sure whether it's specifying host or co-host, but the two accounts with the host, I believe Commissioner Higgins and Commissioner Carley.
Higgins and Commissioner Carley.
Yep.
So if we know how to change this, because I don't understand how some people are on and some people aren't. But I was just on video and now I'm
So
not.
was I.
So I don't understand what's going on. But you know, we really
And man, I can't even enable it. I'm putting on it. It's not even highlighted or anything.
no, it's not. No, it's not. So
If you go to audio and video on the top or participant, you can actually select. It says mute all, mute me, allow attendees to mute themselves. There's the option allow video.
it's not even, no, it's not even lit up.
I just see recording. That's it. Yep.
It's not even lit up. Nothing, it's not even lit up.
Oh, it
So,
isn't. Maybe it's one of those glitches. I don't know.
I don't think this is a glitch.
Well, of
well,
course it's
me
not a
too.
glitch, but if it was one of you guys, it would be a glitch, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure what that's meant to mean, but continuing on. So I'm not exactly sure. So at this point, I mean, try under view as well. It says show participant video. It says host has disabled that. So
right. It doesn't.
if I was host, I could happily turn it back on, but I am
Go
not
ahead,
host.
please be my guest because I can't do anything.
You can pass me host controls. If you right click on my name, you can say make host.
No.
The 3 dots on my name, there's an option to say make host or make presenter, or it gives you a list.
No, I see that.
Lock a participant in this location.
Okay. This is really interesting today. All right. Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep. All
I
right.
can see you, Commissioner.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. It says I have screen sharing abilities, but I'm not host.
Yeah, I'm not host. That's what I'm saying to you. Something else is going on.
Yeah, Commissioner Carley, then you'll have to get it over.
Yeah, see, that's what I was telling you.
Well, let's just keep going. I don't. We don't need to see each other.
Well, we actually, so we have to. Our community doesn't know, especially because not everyone's names are on there. Our community doesn't know our voices.
Well,
part is difficult.
I tell you what, we can just identify ourselves before we speak.
Please.
And then Commissioner, I've gotten 2 messages from folks that are saying that they are not being allowed into the meeting, including, I don't think Renee, I haven't seen her come in yet, but Renee texted and said she's not able to get into the meeting. It says
nothing that says a waiting room. It's nothing. It's nothing. If nobody is in a waiting room, it's nothing like that showing.
yeah, Renee McCrae is trying to get in. It's not putting her in a waiting room.
Right.
So
That's what I'm saying. Everything is gone that was on the screen. Everything just disappeared all of a sudden in midstream while I was talking. So please announce yourselves, commissioners, while you are speaking, so the community will know exactly who's talking.
So sorry, just to be clear, so we're going to proceed despite the fact that not all of our community can get in?
I mean, you can, I turned over, I made you a presenter.
Yeah, presenters don't have the same host control. I mean, host and presenter are different. Host will allow me to share, or presenter will allow me to have certain controls, but host will allow me to.
What is your suggestion?
If you would like to pass host to me, I'm happy to turn that on. But if you would like, I don't know if you want to log out and log back in, but I think that it's important that this meeting be accessible for all of our community, and it sounds like not everyone can get it.
I'm just for a solution. I know the community needs, and that's why we're working through this. I'm
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to, if you want to just pass me host controls. If you want to pass me host controls, I'm happy to do that. And go from
The
there.
host hasn't enabled video for this meeting. Are we back? We're not back in video yet?
No, no.
I logged out and came back in and still,
Mm.
I'm not sure what happened. But while
But
we walk,
while you're doing that, we're going to move on. Commissioner
Yeah,
as vice chairperson, while I'm doing this, I'm going to sign out. And could you pick up so we can move forward with the meeting while I'm trying to get everything?
yes. Let me grab the agenda and see where we are right here.
Okay, and I'm going to log out and let you pick up from here, okay? Till I get back in.
All right, let me one second, commissioners. Throughout all of this, I need to get our agenda. Put in a spot here. It's buried underneath all of my papers. Gayle, do you know where we are on the agenda?
we just completed, I think the treasurer's report, correct?
Yeah, that I will conclude the treasurer's report for now and save my comments for my other statement. Okay, let me see.
And I do not have the agenda in front of me. I will, but are we not at the point where we have our guests, the officers, PSA 503 and PSA 405? We're
Yes.
invited to move.
So let's do this. Let's Captain Moore, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go here.
Yes, Captain Moore.
All right. Good evening, everybody. So it's only been three weeks, I guess, compared to the normal 4 weeks since we've had the meeting. Fortunately, there were actually no Part 1 violent offenses in those 3 weeks. There were 2 right on the border, and I'll go over those really quickly. On November 3rd, there was an assault with a dangerous weapon of pointing of a firearm at 1816 Irving Street. I think that's in 5C, just about a half a block there. That case is open, no injuries or anything. There was a guy who got into a lift, and the driver wanted him to put his mask on. He didn't want to put the mask on, and I guess there was a little argument, and the guy pointed the gun at the driver, but then the guy left the car and ran into the apartment building. That case is open. The other one is 720 Rhode Island Avenue. It occurred on the outbound or eastbound lanes of Rhode Island Avenue, which I believe fall on the 5C side, which is the south side of Rhode Island Avenue. There's no addresses on that side, so I think the officers picked the 720 as the closest address. But there, it appeared to be a road rage incident. We classified it as an assault with a dangerous weapon car, where a female was upset with a male driver. The female had she actually gotten out and tore his license plate off his car, and then she got back in her car, and then she struck the individual. As the guy got out to figure out what's going on, she struck him and drove off. Non-life-threatening injuries there with that, but those are the two violent offenses. We still had our theft from autos and motor vehicle thefts in the upper end. Up there closer to 4201 18th Street. We had a motor vehicle theft. 4424 20th Street. We had a theft from auto. 4419 19th Street. We had the wheels stolen. I'm not sure if I talked about this last time, but the individual who who had a wheel stolen. She had them stolen, I think, a month prior. And this time she had the wheel locks on the car. And I talked to one of my sergeants, and the sergeant said that there is a universal wheel lock. You know, it's a lug nut, I guess, that you put on your wrench or whatever, and it's something I think that they can use, and they can use that to get your lug nuts off, even though you have that special wheel lock on there. So that's the last month or so we've had a burglary problem, although the last three weeks we haven't had any. Knock on wood. I hate to say that, but for superstition reasons there, but that looks good. The trucks being parked on Eastern Avenue, basically between Randolph and Varnum and Michigan. I notified our motor carrier unit, which specializes in truck regulations and their traffic, parking issues, because many of the tickets that we write regarding trucks parked on the street have to do with the measurements of the truck, whether it's wider than 18 feet or longer than I think it's 40 feet or something like that. And so regular patrol officers don't have measuring wheels and things, with them. So they specialize in that. So they're going to work on that. We also have a traffic unit that I've also alerted to that issue there, and they have written tickets up there on Eastern Avenue. Let's see, of note, we had a carrying a pistol without a license and a possession with intent to distribute marijuana arrest that stemmed from 1300 block of Brentwood Road. Car was leaving there. It ran a stop sign there at Brentwood Road and Rhode Island Avenue. The officers conducted a traffic stop on Montana Avenue. Inside the backpack was a large quantity of marijuana and a handgun inside the bag. And then the other occupant of the car had a large pistol, small rifle. It was something too big to hold in a holster, but this individual did have a permit to carry the gun, which was kind of so the officers contacted our firearms registration unit to see about a warrant, and they said go ahead and get a warrant because this gun was apparently modified, I think, since the individual got that permit to carry, and so it's illegal now. So we should be getting a warrant for that second individual. And then we also had an unlawful entry arrest at 1350 Brentwood Road. And then speaking of Brentwood Road, I sent the commissioners the arrests that we've had the past year or so there, and to basically show what we're doing. We're being proactive there. But in most cases where there's marijuana, and there's many marijuana lockups there on that list, they're all dropped. All those charges are dropped no matter how much marijuana we get. It's dropped. And so but there's lots of gun cases we have there as well. So we're going to keep at it. Talking to my officers, he sees them hanging out now more at the laundromat in 1400 Rhode Island Avenue. So we're going back and forth. It's kind of like whack-a-mole there. So talking to my officers as well, the 24-hour Trip Mart, the owner there is thinking about trying to find someone else to sublease that. He has another store opening up down the hill there on Montana Avenue. So we're hoping he gets that closed, because that's kind of a big, problem there, that Mart. And we also had our strengthening community connections event today. It was mostly in Saratoga. We did have some officers up there, 1300 Brentwood and Franklin Street. But this is something the chief is going to do all over this city, so they should be back, and we're going to visit different neighborhoods That's our plan. You know, it's just, I'm about having officers go out and knock on doors and, you know, see what people's concerns are and everything. So that is basically all I have.
But thank you, Captain Moore. And before I move on to the lieutenant, I have a question for you,
Mhm.
and I am going to open it up for questions to the community. So, Captain Moore, here in 5B04, we have a report where some neighbors think that a house is possibly being used as a party house or business
Okay.
on 12th Street. I reported it to Sergeant Schwartz.
Mhm.
And so I guess what is the policy on that? You know, a couple of neighbors over there seem to think that there's like activity Thursday through Sundays at this house, and according to the documents, DCRA documents, the house is vacant. But in the past, the owner of the house would rent the house out usually to college students. But this year, I don't think it's rented out to college students. I see people going in and out, but the concern is that the place may be being used as a place to hold like a after hours parties Thursday through Sunday. So,
Okay.
could you inform the community, how do we handle something like this?
Right. Well, basically, it's you know, like you said, if it's just, you know, college students or it's the residents of the house and they have parties, you know, it's harder to enforce that. Of course, there's noise at night. If they're, you know, being too loud past 10 o'clock, we can enforce that. But if they're having parties where they're charging admission and it seems like a business is, you know, going on there, then we get DCRA involved and they can, or if they're selling alcohol there, we, you know, get ABRA involved there. You know, I could reach out to an ABRA investigator that we have, you know, I work with. But you know, do you know it's supposed to be vacant, or is it? I mean, like, is there furniture in there? Do you know of, or anything? Or
Yeah, according to I did not do this research. According to neighbors, they said that they looked it up, and according to DCRA records, the property is at this time supposed to be vacant, but that you know, DCRA could possibly may not have updated their records.
Okay. What's the number? What number on 12th Street? Do you have the house number?
Yeah. Why don't I send it to you, Captain?
Okay, sure.
Yeah. I send it to you for the sake. And Captain Moore, while I have you, I'm going to open up questions for you before I move on to the lieutenant. And that way you can leave if you have to, because I know you have a full schedule. Any from commissioners first, and then community questions for Captain Moore?
No questions. Just thank you, Captain Moore, for all your work and for the report you've been sending. It's been really, really helpful for me. So thank you for all you're doing. And we've noticed an increase in traffic stops as well, which is much appreciated. So thank you to you and to your team.
Thank you. All right.
Great. Any other commissioners have questions or comment for Captain Moore?
No, thank you, though.
No. So community, any community, these are going to be directed for Captain Moore, because we're going to let the lieutenant go directly after Captain Moore. I mean, any questions for Captain Moore or comments?
Yes, I have a question. You mentioned abandoned house. I think it's a house that's abandoned between 10th and 9th Street, Irvin Street, in that section. It's a house that's been abandoned. I don't say it's abandoned. At one time, someone was working on that home, and no one has been working on that home since the pandemic. And when I come down that street, like going to the subway, because it's easier for me to walk that way, as kids hanging out on that street, they have lawn chairs, like they live there. They're coming from the back of the house. I don't know what they're doing, but I would appreciate that a police come by there. They're there late at night. When I go visit my parents, I see them late at night. If I come down the street at 9 o'clock to walk up to the subway, they're there. And I appreciate that someone should come, the police should come there periodically because there's a lot of older, elderly neighbors there. And for the guys, that's whoever they are, I don't know if they're visiting somebody, but I don't think they should be out there with lawn chairs and shooting dice when, you know, and that home does not belong to them. At one time, definitely. I thought it was someone had bought the house and started working on it, but I can come there anytime, and I don't see anyone going inside their house nor outside. All I see is young people hanging around, going around. So I don't know what they're doing, but it's not good for the elderly people that live there.
Hey, what street is that on, may I ask? It sounds like that's in my SMD, right? That's between 9th and 10th on what? Is that Irving?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that, Captain Moore, that may be the residence near the residence where we had that shooting last summer.
Right. Yeah. We'll definitely look into that. You know, nobody should be, you know, hanging on somebody else's property. I mean, if it's vacant, you know, they might say, oh yeah, we know the owner or something like that. And, you know, it kind of causes an issue. The officers are kind of apprehensive there, but of course they can't be shooting dice or, you know, doing things like that. So we'll definitely have some officers go by and, you know, do some contacts on these guys and find out what their role is there on this property and their lawn chairs.
Yes, I appreciate that because it does have a lockbox on there. So I know they can't be saying they visiting someone there when it's a lockbox there.
Okay, right. They, you know, they like to do their dirty work in, you know, front of somebody else's house or a vacant house, right, as opposed to their own house. So
yes.
So you don't recognize any of these folks as living in the block or anything?
No, I don't recognize those, you know, the gentlemen that's there.
Okay.
And I don't look at them directly in their face, but I don't recognize those young men there.
Okay, we'll look into that for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any more questions for Captain Moore before we move to 503?
There is a question in the chat room you might want to read.
Okay, I don't see the chat. Commissioner Carley, could you help me out with that?
I can read it. It's a question. So why are traffic crashes not included in the reports from MPD? Is it because that's a DDOT thing? Seems like a report out on traffic crashes is important for the community.
Right. So there are reports, or I guess there's lists of crimes, I guess, that are put on the listserv every day. Is that the reports from MPD? I'm not sure. What
I think it's more. Yeah. I think the question is more along like
the crime report. When you put out a crime report,
you're right. Right. Well, traffic crashes aren't crimes, really. You know, unless it's a hit and run or leaving after colliding, then it would be listed because it's a crime. But which is, you know, traffic accidents are not crimes, I guess. So yeah, they aren't really put out there on the listserv or anything.
So is that something that DDOT would track, or is it just not an issue at all with either entity, you nor DDOT?
Yeah, well, you know, we can always, you know, research them. We can, you know, do a search for all the traffic crashes within whatever a PSA or a block or a street, but I haven't seen any lists, you know, put out, you know, for accidents, really, like a list put out, you know, whether it's internal or external. But if you know, DDOT does keep records, I'm sure, of all the accidents, you know, and I don't know if they put anything out, you know.
Well, and I guess,
yeah,
I guess, in just reading the question in the chat room, because of all the concerns with traffic accidents, how would DDOT track something like that unless they are, you know, one of the people that, or entities or agencies that you would report an accident to? I mean, the police is usually where an accident report is requested, Right. With an insurance company, mainly when you have an accident. So are you saying that you guys can, if I was to come in and say how many accidents or crashes in Ward 5 for the last 90 days, that's something you can extract or compile?
Yeah. I could get you, I could do a search, in our report writing system, and I could get you, basic numbers for, how many crashes there are. We normally go by PSA, and PSA 504 is probably the PSA that's most encompassed by ANC 5B. So I could do a search in PSA 504 for you and get a number of the accidents, and email you that number.
And 503, PSA 503 as well.
Right. Now 503 is huge. That's mostly ANC 5C, but but the very top of 503, right, is 5B. So it's hard to kind of that, because 90% of 503 really is 5C. But right, that's why I typically go by 504 for most of the stats. But on the public page, I think, sure, I haven't tried it yet, but I do look up the crimes on the public side, on the PD website that you have access to. You can search by the ANC. So you can search by, ANC 5B, but I don't know if traffic crashes are listed there or not.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Moore, for your time this evening.
Thank you.
And maybe we will see you tomorrow at 5D's CAC meeting.
Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and Lieutenant from 503, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. So if you could introduce yourself and to the commission and to the community, and then give your report, please. Lieutenant, do you know, Gayle, do we have Lieutenant's name?
Good evening. I'm not sure. I'm not from 503. I'm from 405. So I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's a mistake on the agenda. So that's 405. Corrected. Thank you, Lieutenant.
In the 4th district. Yeah.
Right. Did I get your rank correct, Lieutenant?
Of course.
Are you a lieutenant? Yeah.
Oh, I'll call him if you don't.
Yeah.
Right.
Please proceed. Okay, great.
All right. Good evening to everybody. My name is Lieutenant Suku from the 4th District. I'm pretty much new to you guys. I think I'm not sure. Are you guys part of the Queens Chapel Community Association? Because I just had a meeting with them a couple of weeks ago. I'm still pretty much getting acclimated to the various areas in that PSA. So usually with meetings like this, I think we sent a request after to say what are the specific issues or areas that you guys would like to talk about or to have addressed. I didn't get a response to that.
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Suku, it was Commissioner Carley. I was the one that reached out to your captain and asked for a representative, and I believe I did respond to your email, and I also sent you a map of the 405 area that included Turkey Thicket and Queens Chapel area.
Oh, okay. I must apologize, but so right now in the 405 area, most of the issues that I think you. Hello?
Yes,
we hear you, Lieutenant.
Okay, I was getting the feedback. Most of the issues that you guys are dealing with, issues that you guys are dealing with, mostly is motor vehicle theft and theft from autos and other theft reports and stuff like that. We did have that one homicide about a week or two ago over there, 100 block of Taussig Place. There are other robberies, and in the last 30 days we've had just about 2 robberies and other violent crimes occur in the area, but mostly most of the crimes are down. In the last 30 days, we've had just about in the last 30 days we've had just about 9 burglaries in the PSA 405 areas, about 45 motor vehicle thefts, about 149 theft from auto, and about 90 other general thefts. So what I like to do, other than reading reports, and I would like the community to sort of advise what specific areas, because you guys know what specific areas, streets, and stuff like that you are encountering problems, and you can make those referrals to me, so we can go ahead and start to address it. I know last week when I spoke with the folks along from the Queens Chapel Community Association, pretty much which borders the 5th district with us along Michigan and Eastern Avenue. Their issue has been the traffic, speeding, folks speeding along Eastern Avenue. DDOT along with NPD were able to work together to put a camera out there, but also the community again is saying that perhaps that camera is not effective given where it's been positioned, and they would like to see if it possibly could be moved. So I'm not sure it's the same issues you guys are having. We also have an issue with folks pretty much drug dealing or people sort of just hanging out in the neighborhood that appears to not belong in the neighborhood. So tonight I would like to understand from you, or if you have specific areas or things like that you would like us to address, and we'll put it in, so I can sort of put an action plan to deal with that.
Great. Thank you, Lieutenant. We can community, we can put that in the chat. Commissioners, any questions for Lieutenant Suku before we open for community question or comment? Commissioners?
Yep. This is Commissioner Costello. I was just wondering if you had any updates on the high-speed crash that took place at 13th and Barnum involving a stolen vehicle. I know quite a few residents had reached out about it, and some of them provided video footage of the people involved running away. Do we have any updates to share?
13th and Barnum. When did that occur? Was that? Let me just say, I forgot to mention, I'm the midnight official. So if I come in during the midnight tour, but I do have access to information throughout the day of the tour. So.
Okay. Hang on a second. I'm trying to look up if I have like a record in my email or something of when it occurred. I want to say it was roughly 2 weeks ago. It definitely occurred at night, but probably before midnight.
Okay.
I think sometime between the 7 or 9 o'clock hours.
Okay. If you could put your information in there, or if I'm not sure if you guys have a general email box that I could, once I make my research, to sort of give you the appropriate feedback.
Sure.
And Lieutenant, if you could put your information in the chat as well.
I typed it. Let me hit enter. I don't know. I hit enter. I'm not sure. Is it coming up? Is it showing up?
Yeah.
We did get it, Lieutenant. Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Carley, any further comment for Lieutenant Suku before I open up to community?
No, that's fine. No, I'm good.
Okay, great. Hey, so community, any questions, comments for Lieutenant Suku, PSA 405? Great. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being patient with 5B tonight, and we look forward to continue to work with you.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. We're going to keep moving along down the invited guest list, and we're going to now open it up to the Executive Office of the Mayor. Do we have a Mokra online, Kyla or Nokomis tonight? Mochas? No? Okay. So let's keep moving. From Councilmember McDuffie's office, do we have a liaison on from Councilmember McDuffie's office tonight?
Commissioner Amin, this is Silas Grant. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Silas, my man, I can hear you perfectly clear. Silas, welcome to ANC 5B's full body meeting for the month of November. Take it away.
Thank you all for having me. Just as a note, well, two notes. My daughter's in the background, so you gotta deal with that for a minute. But Kelly Sislow, who is in our office, normally covers this meeting. However, in our office, we did some internal switches of assignments based on we had one staffer that left, and so we switched out a few meetings, and so now I'll be covering ANC 5B meetings moving forward. So you'll be hearing from me on a monthly basis. But I just wanted to give two quick updates. First, on October 19th of 2021, the council member and his colleagues finally passed the baby bonds bill, the Child Wealth Act. And for those that don't know, it is a bill that was initiated to attack and combat the racial wealth gap here in the District of Columbia. As some of you may know, the average value for a family of color in this city is $3,500 versus the average value for a white family is $284,000. And so that's an 81x difference. So the council member introduced a bill that would allow families that are 500% or less above the federal poverty line, equivalent to $132,000 a year for a family of four, to be eligible for an initial $1,000 deposit for any baby that is born in 2022 and beyond. And for those eligible families, each year after that, they would be able to get up to $2,000 yearly based on household income. And so the mayor's side of the government is now responsible for putting in all the guidelines that are needed for that program. But it is definitely an initiative that the council member is proud of to be able to close that racial wealth gap here in the city. The other item I wanted to bring to your attention is that on October 20th, we put out a communication where we noted the traffic calming measures that we had made requests for from DDOT. So what we did was we asked residents to give us more requests that we would be able to submit to DDOT. And so I'm asking if you all can continue to send your traffic calming requests to our office, that would be appreciated. Those can go to Kelly Sislow. Her email is kcislo@dccouncil.us. kcislo@dccouncil.us. You all can also copy me on those emails, shgrant@dccouncil.us, shgrant@dccouncil.us. Commissioner Amin, with that, I will give the floor back to you. If there are any questions that I'm able to answer, I will.
Any questions for Councilmember McDuffie's Representative Silas Grant?
Yes, I have a question.
Could you identify yourself, please? Oh,
You
Mr.
are
Morgan. Oh, Mr. Morgan.
Yes. I have a question for you.
Yes.
Why the changes in hours and service at Old Totten Station right now?
So, Mr. Morgan, how long have you observed those changes?
Effective October the 4th, 2021. Also, these changes in hours, and especially service, is transferred from Old Totten Transfer Station to Fort Bennett Transfer Station.
Sure is.
Right.
Are you aware of these changes?
So I asked the question of when, because I know during the heat of the pandemic, WMATA had made some suggestions on lowering hours that we had pushed back on, but I was not aware of the most recent ones. But I will certainly take a look at that this week to figure out why that was implemented and if we can do anything with respect to communicating to WMATA the importance of taking it back to the normal hours. we'll certainly do that. I mean, we've done that in the past whenever there's been a threat to compromise the flexibility around the hours for any of the train stations or bus routes in Ward 5.
Oh, no, this is not concerning Metro at all. This is concerning Department of Public Works, Solid Waste Management Administration.
Oh, my apologies, Mr. Morgan. Please forgive me for that. I was looking at your question in the chat and then listening to you, and when I heard Fort Totten, I thought the train station. My apologies. No, I definitely will look into that. I had not heard about the transfer station.
This concerns the waste, the residential waste, like old paint, old batteries,
right,
shredded documents,
right.
and
Understood. Yeah, my apologies.
Waste.
Now, I'll check into that. I had not heard about the change in hours there, but I definitely will check into that this week.
And most of these services are going to Bennett Road Transfer Station. That doesn't sit well with me at all.
Wow.
This could be new to you. At the next meeting, I don't know if you're gonna have a meeting next month or not, but at the next ANC 5B meeting, can you come back and give us some feedback about the changes over there at Fort Totten Transfer Station?
Certainly, I'll do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. The next ANC 5B meeting will be in January, and it may be a special meeting in between. Any more questions for Mr. Grant?
There's another question in the chat around the intersection of 13th and Kearney. I did see that there was a question that said, my understanding that the intersection of 13th and Kearney was on the list for four-way stop in the traffic calming measures, but they only put up a cross traffic, doesn't stop signs. Any ideas why? I know when we had our walkthrough in Brookland, one of the things that we mentioned to Director Lott, hold on one second, Marty, okay? Sorry about that. When we talked to Director Lott, one of the things that we recommended was that all of the requests in Brookland, especially in that area along 13th and 14th, between Franklin and Monroe, we were requesting that they all be implemented at the same time, because the challenge is that when they're implemented one by one, then you start to put more pressure on other intersections, right? So we saw the notification of that traffic calming measure, but it does fall short of the four-way stop. So we're going to look into why that was not a four-way stop versus what they actually implemented.
Great. Thank you for that, Salas. All right. Any more questions? I'm trying to keep us on schedule here. All right. Thank you. So we're going to move on to DC Water. Do we have Mr. Briggs from DC Water?
Yes, good evening. Actually, John Degnan, our lead program manager, will be the one giving the presentation. He's going to just speak to it since we can't get the visual, but we will email the slide deck to you following his presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. John, take it away.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is John Degnan. I'm with DC Water. I'm in the Department of Water Quality and Technology. So again, like Emmanuel said, we'll send out this slide deck that has some of these visuals. I'm here to talk to you about the lead-free DC program tonight and a lead pipe replacement. So please take down these this email address and this phone number. So if you have any questions about what I'm about to present, or any general questions about lead or your service line, anything to do with lead and water, email lead, L-E-A-D, at dcwater.com. And call our lead hotline, which is 202-787-4044. Again, that's lead, L-E-A-D, at dcwater.com. Or our lead hotline at 202-787-4044. So DC Water's lead-free DC plan is our plan to eliminate all lead service lines by 2030. To clarify, and these visuals will help guide what I'm about to say, the service line connects the water main in the street to your individual property. So the water mains that are in the street are never a source of lead. They're usually cast iron, but those that run through the street and distribute water throughout the city are never made of lead. But it's that pipe that connects the water main to the home that can be the first significant source of lead. So our 2030 goal is to eliminate all about 28,000 of them. And the way that we're going to ramp up replacement is by going systematically through neighborhoods block by block. and replacing lead service lines. This work in partnership with Mayor Bowser and our district agencies is 100% free for homeowners. So again, the work is 100% free for homeowners as long as you sign an agreement. And the first 150 blocks or so that we're starting this year have been prioritized using a model based on water quality and social equity. So in the next coming months, you can expect increased outreach to specific blocks that are in your ANC. I'll drop them in the chat. It's the 1000 block of Douglas Street Northeast, the 1400 block of Kearney Street Northeast, the 1800 block of Lawrence Street Northeast, the 1800 block of Monroe Street Northeast, 3200 block of 17th Street Northeast, the 3300 block of 18th Street Northeast, the 3400 block of 10th Street Northeast, and the 4100 block of 13th Street Northeast. Again, I will drop these in the chat. You can also check dcwater.com/lead or reach out to us directly at lead@dcwater.com or 202-787-4044, and we can share this list. But it's critical that homeowners on those blocks sign and return the agreements that have been mailed previously. And we're going to be doing a lot of door-to-door outreach and direct phone calls to explain the program, show you what construction looks like in the coming months. So again, I really encourage homeowners to take advantage of these opportunities to replace lead pipes for free. If you're not on one of these blocks, but you still have a lead service line and would like to replace it, we have other replacement programs that we will direct you to, some of which are district funded, and there is a financial assistance there. So with that, the contact information is lead@dcwater.com or 202-787-4044. Thank you for having us tonight. We'll send this information out, but I'll take any questions you have.
Thanks, John. So let's see if we have, for the sake of time, do we have one or two questions from the community for John? Okay, great. Commissioners, any questions? No, thank you. Right. And at this time, it's to my understanding that the chair is back online. I'm your vice chair, ANC 5B. I turn the gavel back over to Chair Higgins.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Amin. We're going to go ahead. We're going to go back to our meeting minutes. Did the commissioners have an opportunity to look at the minutes?
I did, thank you.
Commissioner Carley, Commissioner Amin, Commissioner.
No, Commissioner, I read your minutes. I'm ready to vote on the minutes that you issued.
Commissioner Carley.
Did we lose Commissioner Carley?
Her mic is open. Commissioner Costello.
Yes, so I reviewed Commissioner Piekara's minutes, but I think I did see that you had sent some as well, Commissioner Higgins, but I have not had a chance to review them. So I guess which one are we looking at now?
Okay, did you review Commissioner Piekara's minutes?
I did, yes.
Okay. Commissioner Carley is not on the line. So it's just a couple of things. So if we can go back to May 26th, which is on the screen.
What's on the screen? Yep, it's here.
Okay, so there were a couple of things on the notice portion of it. It does show 5B03 and 5B05 that sent out appropriate notice, but it doesn't show 5B01, 5B02 sending out appropriate notice. I know before we had talked about it, but it seems that all the minutes from that point on still have the same information. It doesn't have the Brookland Bulletin Board in 5B02, nor does it have the Ward 5 Google groups on there either.
And I want to add, Commissioner Higgins, that nor does it have the. I noticed that the first review, it did not mention the posting that noise bulletin board in Noise Park, where meeting notifications are posted as well. So noise in 5B04, Noise Park Community Bulletin Board.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend the minutes to add those additional locations, correct?
And it's also, as you go down into the resolution portion.
Right, just 1 second, just to make sure I capture correctly. So, sorry, for the meeting notices, it's the noise.
I'm back in.
For noise bulletin board, you said the Brookland bulletin board. And there was one other place that you mentioned.
Ward 5 Google Groups.
Ward 5 Google Groups, okay. Okay.
And also, if you go down to the resolution portion.
Okay.
As we know, when you place a motion on the floor, if that motion is not seconded, then that motion dies on the floor. So if you look at the motion, starting with the BZA 20510, it's not seconded.
So according to Robert's rules in section 48.9, let's see here, 48, I have them up actually. The person that brings the motions to the floor needs to be listed, but the person that seconds it does not need to.
ANC 5B's meeting.
Okay, so if that.
But I'm happy to.
Wait a minute.
I'm happy to go back through.
No, okay, I'm glad you stated that.
Not
Okay,
really.
so if you stated that, then it should be consistent throughout the minutes. But as you look at the resolution that you or Commissioner Costello placed on the floor, both of those have that the motion was second.
Might have been the same one. I don't know.
Hey, Brian, we're picking up your conversation. You might want to mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize. That must have just been a typo, but I'm happy to. In fact, let me see. I might have it in the original version because I know I had to make some
Well,
changes.
it's not just in that one. It's actually in all of them.
Okay, let me see.
But it's not the same as with you and Commissioner Costello. Yours is seconded, and the rest of the resolutions that we put forth are not.
I'm okay with moving to just strike the line regarding whoever seconded it or whatever from all of them.
Yeah.
All of the minutes. Just for expediency's sake.
Well, I don't want it for expediency's sake. I want it for consistency.
No. I meant. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. I'm okay with moving to strike those lines from all of our minutes all at once. And then we can just, make sure that gets removed from any of our minutes. We don't have to go through like each of those individually and vote on each set of minutes to remove those individually. That's what I meant to say.
Are they in the video?
Robert's rule.
What's on the recording?
On what?
I can pull up the transcript.
Are these minutes are from you listening to the recording, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what's on the recording?
Let me see if I can pull up the transcript. If not, we can certainly, the recording is up on YouTube, so we can certainly look at it. I have my very detailed ones that we decided we did not want to use. And let's see here.
It wasn't that we decided we didn't want to use it. It's just that the minutes didn't go along with what minutes should have looked like. It's not supposed to be a conversation piece. It's supposed to be an action piece.
Oh, sorry, I was following the previous minutes from last year, but that's fine. So that's why I made those adjustments based on your request. But let me see.
No problem.
Let's see. Let's see which one. BZA case. Oh, this is the one I had miss. This is June, and I put it down as May. Sorry about that. May 2020. So, it looks like for that one, according to the transcript, let me make sure it's the right. Let's see, BZA 20510. It was seconded by Commissioner Amin.
Okay. So one of the reasons why I ask it is because I think because that is an action that we should continue, doing that so that our minutes, although they are minutes, 1 or 2 lines, that we definitely show that we approve the minutes, that, every motion was second, and we can move on from there. Then it won't be any questions asked in the future if anyone outside of the commission view our minutes.
Sure. No, and I apologize. That was certainly an oversight. I don't think it holds true to all of them, but I will certainly, double check. But I believe that if that was that way, it looks like I had them in my more robust version of the minutes, and when I was trimming it down, it must have accidentally gotten removed. So my apologies. But let's see here. Yeah, for some of these other ones, I should have it.
Well, some were there, some was not, and also with approving of the agenda. I think we need to be consistent about that too, because sometimes there's nothing there. It's just a roll call, and there's no second for the motion to approve the minutes. It went from let's put a motion on the floor to approve a minute to roll call, and that was it.
Yeah, I'll go back and double check. I know that there was some where we didn't take a formal vote to approve the agenda. But where we did, I tried to include it, and as you can see, I tried to link the referring documents so everyone can kind of see exactly which agenda we adopted and approved. But I will certainly make sure to keep an eye out for that. Thank you for flagging that.
So can we, instead of having the information omitted, can we have the information properly placed as far as the seconded for all of those minutes?
Yep, no problem. So I will amend it on BZA case 20510 to include, it was seconded by Commissioner Amin.
Well, that wasn't the only one. It was for all of the minutes.
Okay.
From the four, for the 4. So I just think that you need to take a look at those and just insert that information where it's supposed to go.
Sure.
Anyone else have any comments on the minutes?
No, just to make sure that, that we're doing everything per the rules. I'll just formally move to make the corrections we've discussed, i.e., I think we're inputting notations where somebody has seconded a motion on all of our minutes from May through October of 2021. Is that right?
Yeah, and also approval second when we approve the minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'll add that to my motion. So I move to note who seconds a motion and the approval of our votes or resolutions on all of our minutes from May through October 2021.
Okay, having said that, providing all the inserts for the approval of the minutes and whatever motions was put on the floor and who seconded, do you think, Chair, that we can, with corrections, approve this so we can get this back as soon as possible so we can have the supporting documents to be able to put with our quarterly reports and our budget so we can move forward on that? Because it seems like we've been beating this thing for a while.
Yes, yes, yes.
So,
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, Chair. Go ahead.
No, so the motion has been placed on the floor by Commissioner, was that Costello?
Yes,
Carley.
sorry. Or Commissioners Costello and Carley.
Okay.
A joint motion.
Okay, so the motion that was just said by Commissioner Costello and Commissioner Carley, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, that's Commissioner Piekara seconded.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the motion has been placed on the floor and second, call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting the motion that's been placed on the floor in regards to the minutes, please call your name because we can't see you or your hand.
With corrections.
With corrections.
Yeah.
All right, 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
I support.
5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Aye. 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Aye.
5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Support.
5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Aye.
Okay, the motion has been placed on the floor, properly seconded. And we have, the ayes have it, 5, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. Thank you very much. We will move on from here. We had brought before the community at our October's meeting, the update to our bylaws and sanctions and censure.
Commissioner Higgins?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Before we move on, I just want to be clear. Was that also a vote to approve all of our minutes with
Yes.
those amendments? Okay, I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure that that was clear.
It was a
Okay.
vote to approve the minutes
Great.
with corrections.
Perfect. Okay.
But for
I just
May
wanna make sure.
through, just for notate, for May through October?
I think, that was for May through September, correct?
Yes, but I sent October's last week. So
Oh.
if you want to do October separately, we can.
Yeah, we need to do October separately because that wasn't included in that motion that was just put on the floor.
Oh, okay, good. I'm glad we clarified that. So this is the October.
Okay, so
Do you want to make the same amendments here? Notice.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Let's see the bottom of it.
This one I do have, Commissioner Carley, I do have on the minutes there. So let me know when folks are
I'm
ready
waiting to hear if anyone has any comments.
Would you mind if we're ready to scroll down? We can slow down a little.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking at it separately. So,
okay.
So whenever you guys are ready, let me know.
Okay. I'm ready to scroll down to page 2, I think.
Okay.
Okay. Ready? Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Nope. Just tell me if I'm scrolling too fast.
No, you're You're good with me. Hopefully everyone else is okay.
Commissioners?
I'm here.
Okay, keep going.
I'm waiting for feedback.
Did we have SMD reports? I think
we did. So previously, because it wasn't an action taken, I was instructed to only limit the minutes to the actions taken rather than any updates, which I know is not as helpful as I would like, but I tend to be very verbose, as people might have noticed.
Yeah, well, I don't remember what all of my updates were, but yeah, I mean,
the good news is I do have them in the transcript. So I have been linking because we have members of our community that need the transcripts. It is, only 62 pages, but
oh boy.
Everyone's SMD updates are included here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I guess my personal feeling is that it might be helpful just to have a brief synopsis, but if other people feel really strongly and we just want to include the transcript, I guess that works. Everybody else is quiet.
Comments? No, I'm, anybody else have any comments? Commissioners? Knock, knock. Anybody home?
No.
I obviously prefer the longer version, which is why I was doing them that way, because I was trying to operate under the assumption of if someone wasn't able to attend our meeting, can they look at the minutes and get a sense of what happened?
I got it. I'm just waiting on the other two commissioners.
No,
I'm waiting on the other two commissioners.
Yes, I'm hear you.
Okay. Are you ready for the vote?
I am ready for the vote.
Okay. All right. Motion has been placed on the floor to accept the minutes for our October community meeting. Is there a second?
I second.
Who's seconding?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Costello seconds.
Okay. Call for the vote. Any discussion? All those in favor? Commissioner 5B01, Commissioner Carley?
Yes.
5B02, Commissioner Higgins? Yes. 5B03, Commissioner Piekara?
Yes.
5B04, Commissioner Amin?
Yay.
5B05, Commissioner Costello?
Aye.
The ayes have it. 5. No nays, no abstentions. All right, thank you so much. We got through that. Okay, so, all right, we're going to move down to our next item, which is our item D, bylaws.
I knew you were going to say that.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. I'm just trying to hurry up and get there, but go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so our bylaws, we had presented to our community to update our bylaws. It has been almost 10 years since the bylaws were done. So that has been presented to the community. We are voting on them tonight. I place a motion on the floor. Would you like the bylaws? Yes.
I have one thing that I would like to send. There's only one correction to.
Would you like to share it?
I beg your pardon?
Would you like to share it on your screen?
Well, I just sent you guys a copy of it, and there was just one minor correction after I, read through the bylaws again. So with all the updates that were made and some additions to the bylaws, the only one correction I made is with the voting. If there's a tie vote, then it will the motion will be passed. That was the only correction I made since I sent it to you guys. What was it, a month ago?
Okay.
And I just sent it again.
All right. Does anybody have any questions about the bylaws?
And I will bring you to the exact area voting, and that will be Article 6.
I already have it up.
Okay, great. I can't see it. I can't see it.
Yeah, I haven't shared my screen yet. I was getting prepared.
Okay, and so that was the only change I had in there.
So I mean, this is not a question per se, although we can go questions. This is more of a, so Commissioner Carley, and I sent this to you. I know that originally when we discussed it at our October meeting, we had discussed a couple of updates to the minutes, or to the bylaws. Sorry, my brain is still on minutes.
In October, we discussed a couple of updates. Go ahead, I'm following you.
Sorry, yeah, so, and then I requested, it's hard for me comparing and contrasting documents, so I just kind of used the word redline tool to see kind of where we changed. And so as you can see, everything that is strike out is stuff that was deleted, and everything in this case pink, I think it was supposed to be red, has been added. And so I think that there are a number, this is a pretty significant overhaul, and for my email, I would love for us to, one, take some time to engage an attorney on just making sure that our bylaws are in compliance and are legally as we put them together. Two, there's some things like, I think there's a different portion where we say we struck out, you struck out 3 out of 5, or struck out majority and put 3 out of 5.
By watching the ANC meeting.
And I think that some of that for future proofing, especially given that redistricting is right on the horizon, it seems like being specific in those pieces actually doesnst serve us long term. Let me see if I can just find that part I'm looking for. There we go.
I'm sorry. When did I send this to you originally?
You sent this to me October 26th, and then I requested a red line version, and then I sent you a red line version this week.
Yeah, this week. And then, and I guess my next question would be, and we had a CAL meeting since then, correct?
Yes, and at the CAL meeting, I also requested the red lines to see the exact comparisons where they were changed.
So we had the opportunity to discuss it at our CAL meeting, correct?
Well, not really, because I couldn't tell clearly where the changes were. It was a whole new document. So, oops, let me see. So reopen, close tab. So this is, let's see here. As you can see, these are existing bylaws, and then you had sent over these ones, followed by this one. So kind of manually comparing and contrasting them was difficult, which is why we didn't have a full discussion on them. But once I was able to kind of do the red line myself and able to see specifically what parts were changed, I emailed you. But I also think there's a couple of things, like for example, in DC law, it states that there are certain criteria that the bylaws must include, including specific boundaries. So here we just at the top, actually there's 27 pages. At the top, it just says the physical area shall be determined, but for DC law, we actually we're required to put these specific boundaries for all of our SMDs. And so there's a couple of things like that I'd love for us to just, one, as a group, because I appreciate all of your work on this, Commissioner Carley. I do. I know it was not an easy undertaking, but I would love for all of us to be able to sit down. I'm sure Commissioner Amin has thoughts. I'm sure Commissioner Higgins has thoughts, and let us kind of come up with a cohesive document that we all contribute to, rather than trying to trying to get this one through where we know we'll have to make changes.
Changes happen every day. It's not a big thing, and I'm not afraid of changes. So I'm not sure why everything needed to be put on hold when we had an opportunity to discuss this, and we could have for the last over 30 days.
I mean, with all due respect, Commissioner, I did try to engage you over email, but I understand your desire for not necessarily holding up everything, and I certainly don't think that this needs to be a year-long process. But I think over the course of 1 or 2 meetings, we haven't yet had an opportunity. I know Commissioner Costello hasn't had a chance to weigh in on them. I certainly haven't had a chance to weigh in on them and for us to wordsmith them together. And on top of that, like I said, with the different pieces of 3 by 3 out of 5 and things of that nature that are presumably soon just going to be invalid. So these haven't been changed since June of 2013. So clearly they're, they've been holding up for 8 years. Hopefully we can sit down, look at them together. And I know that we had some offers from constituents who have a legal background that can also look through them and make sure that they are compliant, because there were some things that jumped out that were in opposition to what DC code says.
Well, also, I think at the bottom, I stipulate what definitely guidelines that we're following and what overrides our bylaws.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
That overrides the bylaws. If you look at the bottom.
Yeah. No, yeah, no, I see that. But so some of the things where we know that what we're putting in here is overridden by the bylaws. I'm just not sure why we would change them to know that they're invalidated for what the bylaws or what the DC law already says.
All right. Well, you've had your input and I've had mine. That's where I am with that. And yeah, you're right. I did work on that for quite some time, and I think I did, let you guys know that we needed to update the bylaws. I was willing to do it. I did. I gave, I also, that's one of the reasons why the bylaws were introduced at one public meeting, and that would give us an opportunity for those 30 days up until we, 2 weeks until we would meet for the Cal meeting. I don't think we went into depth, and I don't think this was pulled up then. And also, and we had, even the opportunity to say, hey, you know what, if we can change this or do this, nothing. I mean, you just did an overhaul of my overhaul. I mean,
no, I didn't do an overhaul. This is just red line. This is all of your changes compared to the other one. I promise.
Okay.
I haven't added any of my 2 cents yet.
Okay. Does anybody else have any comments? Commissioner Costello, Commissioner Amin?
I have a question. Have we had a chance to talk with OANC or OAG to have them review it and just make sure there's nothing in
I
there
have sent a copy to the office of ANC.
Oh, okay. Did they provide any feedback just to make sure there's
I have
nothing?
yet to get feedback.
Oh, okay. All right. Just curious. Yeah, I was asking, I was just curious to know, if maybe they could look at it and make sure there isn't anything that jumps out at them that would be problematic for us.
I sent them the original bylaws that I literally went in and said that I was going to go in and change and update and hopefully, bring it into 2021.
Okay.
And I also sent the sanctions and censures that I was trying to add to the bylaws, and I have not received feedback as of yet.
Okay.
Would it be possible for us to wait until they?
Well, that's up to. I know where my mind is, and I know, and honestly, you guys do give good input, but at the same time, I also notice it takes so much longer to get anything done when y'all give input. Because once that's changed, it is going to be something else, and then you're going to, recruit other people from the outside, and it just take it too long. And I hear you, And so that's my point of view. It just takes too long to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you on that. I guess the other part of the equation, though, is that this is a deliberative body. So, you know, to pass anything, we have to work together and agree.
And that's why I sent it out way ahead of time so that we would meet 3 times before we would get to this. And it's always 2 days before the meeting when it's on the agenda. Once somebody sees the agenda, oh wow, oh, we're going to do this, and they hurry up and do something to say we got to hold and stop and prevent this from happening. So that's my position on that, Chair. I again share the bylaws that I presented to each one of the commissioners on the commission that would give us an opportunity to discuss them, to get feedback from those at our CAL meeting. And so here we are again, where we, you know, usually at this point, anytime we have to vote on something, there's always these red flags thrown up. So whatever motion you're going to put on the floor, as always, I've been supportive of the chair, and that's what I will do. Again, you guys could have given, any one of you guys could have provided input along the process. Because I did say, and I think I put it out and said, I am going to work on these bylaws. We need to, you know, have some clear-cut bylaws on the commission because it seemed to be a little bit dysfunctional. And there were some other things that we really needed in the bylaws so that we can clear, because it was always, where is it? Where is it in the bylaws? Where is it in bylaws? And so now we have the bylaws. They're right there in black and white, except for Commissioners Piekara, black, white, and red. So, you know, we were supposed to vote on them. That was on the agenda. It's been on the agenda 3 times. 3 times. 3
So,
times. I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Carley. We have not heard from Commissioner Amin. Commissioner Amin.
He's out walking the dog.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just joking.
I mean, well, you know, the dogs have to go too.
Yeah. Well, you folks know me. Yeah, so I'm listening and I'm prepared to vote. I mean, if there's a motion on the floor, I mean, I don't know what that motion would be at this point because you know, there's discourse amongst commissioners. But let's see what the motion is. I do weigh in and say that if the bylaws need to be changed again, so be it. That's what we do.
All right, so Commissioner Carley, are you placing a motion on the floor?
I would like to place a motion on the floor to vote on the bylaws presented to you commissioners over 30 days ago.
Commissioner, I couldn't hear her.
What? Excuse me.
Sorry.
Commissioner Costello stated she could not hear you, Commissioner Carley.
Yes, I would like to put a motion on the floor for us to vote on the bylaws tonight.
Okay, is that the motion?
And does that include the sanctions piece that you added as well as the center information?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Is there a second?
Clarifying question. Does it also include the tie vote piece that you just sent to us during this call?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do that motion again, please.
I would like to put a motion.
Clear and concise.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to put a motion on the floor to include the updates and the revisions, as well as the additions, the sanction and the censures, to update our bylaws so they are very clear-cut bylaws, and that include the correction where if there's a tie vote, it will pass.
Is there a second?
I second.
The motion has been placed on the floor and second. Discussion?
Point of order, actually. Just to make sure everyone is clear, I'm looking at our current bylaws under Article 10, Section 2, and it reads that revision of these bylaws requires a 2/3 vote. So I just wanted to be clear about what the requirement is. This is not a simple majority vote. So 2/3 vote for a commission would be 66% or 4 commissioners.
Okay, so are you stating that, you know, it won't be that? So we won't know that if we don't have a vote to know.
Are you saying that's under the current bylaws?
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Let me clarify the question that Commissioner Higgins asked. I'm just stating as a point of order what the requirement is for the vote.
Under the current bylaws?
Yes, that's right. Just so everyone's on the same page. If you want me to repeat it again, I'm happy to.
No, Commissioner Piekara she's got you. She's pulling it up now.
Okay. Article 10, Section 2, down at the bottom, at the end.
Okay. 10, Section 2. Revision of these bylaws require a 2/3 vote with at least 2 weeks prior notice to each commissioner. Oh, sorry, there was a request to repeat. So revision of these bylaws requires a 2/3 vote with at least 2 weeks prior notice to each commission member that the rules will be recommended for change. Such notification shall include the suggested changes.
Okay.
Why they need to be updated because they are antiquated.
Okay, no worries. That was the point of order. That was it. I just wanted to flag that as a point of order. Thank you.
Okay. So again.
That doesn't pause the vote. We can continue with the vote.
So again, my question is, we won't know if we don't have a 2/3 vote. If we don't vote, is that correct?
Yeah, so the point of order can be raised anytime there's a motion pending on the floor. So I wanted to make the point of order just to clarify the rule. It doesn't stop the vote at all. We can obviously continue with the vote. We have a motion and a second, so we can proceed.
Yeah, that's correct. So that's what I was trying to get to. I understand what's in the bylaws, but you still call for the vote unless you know something that I don't.
I have no idea what the outcome is going to be, Commissioner. I don't have a crystal ball, unfortunately.
I don't know, you might have one.
Yeah, how about that? So we had the motion and it's been seconded. Call for the vote. 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. 5B02, 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Nay.
5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Yay.
5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Nay.
Okay, so the motion will not go forward. We did not have 2/3 of the vote, so the motion has failed on the floor. All right, so we are next with our removal of our commissioner. And so that is not the removal of her in that position, but of some of the duties that are assigned. We really need to focus on getting our house in order. As Commissioner Piekara has stated, she's really robust, and we are excited to have her with that same spirit to help us to get that office in order, because we don't have our website up and running. It is really, really important at this time that all of our records be in our office. So if anyone wants to come to view those documents that may not have access to a computer or what have you, or receiving those documents electronically, they're able to come to the office. So we really need to have that done and all of the documents in one place so the constituents, the public, can come view them as needed. Also, sometime back, Commissioner Piekara decided that she did not want to sign any more checks with the commission. Myself as the chair and Commissioner Amin as the treasurer have been signing the checks. So at this time, we're going to place a motion on the floor that Commissioner Piekara, since she is not signing any checks, to be removed from the signatory at the bank. Also, at this time, I thank Commissioner Piekara for preparing all the minutes and making an attempt to remove that information and to edit and have those prepared for this evening. So I thank you so much for that. And so that's where we will be from this point. I do say that it is important that the secretary and the treasurer really work closely together, because the two of them really need to get information we need out. They need to have all of our reporting out and in the hands of the Office of ANC in a timely fashion. And we all need to work a little more cohesively together. The way our meetings have been going, the interaction amongst the commissioners have not been the best interactions. I have not seen anything like this in all my time as a commissioner. Myself and colleagues have not had the extent of what's going on now on our commission board. So hopefully we all can work closely and a little more cohesively together, and that's all of us. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone, but we all need to do better. So I am placing a motion on the floor that Commissioner Piekara be removed as a signatory at the bank, since she has taken the position that she will not be signing checks with the ANC Commission.
Ma'am, if I may.
Sure you can. Sure you can.
Just to clarify, the not signing checks was specific because we were at that point, we did not have an approved budget, and all of the checks that we were signing were unlawful. And so I did request that we pass a budget and or vote on the items in public record. I'm happy to send an email or share the email out where this was discussed if it needs to refresh anyone's memory. But the request to not sign those checks, specifically in the case of Sprint and a couple of others, was specifically because those checks were not lawfully being dispersed.
Discussion.
Wait a minute, 1 second, Commissioner. Commissioner Piekara, I don't think I stated if you were wrong or right or what the situation was. What I stated was you made a decision to not sign checks anymore. So your reasons are your own, and I'm not judging you one way or another in reference to that. So, you know, I'm not pointing fingers. All I'm saying is that you made a decision.
Yes, ma'am. I did make the decision per DC law where it says no expenses may be dispersed without a public vote or a budget. I did make that. However, as DC law also states, the chair and the treasurer may still sign checks without the secretary, which I think has been happening. Nor does that, and you know, bank signage, that's up to you. But in terms of the role of secretary itself, for the record, I mean, prior to me coming into this seat, and I actually have emails from yourself and from Commissioner Carley and Commissioner Amin, stating how nice it was to finally have a website and finally have a Google Drive that was organized and to finally have meetings posted and video recordings done. So I just want to, in terms of suggesting that I am not following through with my role of secretary and trying to make this body as accessible and transparent as I humanly can, I would strongly disagree with any suggestion otherwise.
I don't think I made that suggestion at all, but I thank you for making that statement.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Amin.
I just, for the record, for clarity for the community, the budget was passed in May of 2021. And so, and there hasn't been any activity from Commissioner Piekara. And I do thank you, Commissioner Piekara, for the, because I do think that you started off doing a great job, but mentioning, a thorough job. But I think that it's imperative that we work together. And after we vote on stuff, it should be noted for the community that it is not the secretary's job to withhold their signature. Only thing you're doing is verifying whether it be a quarterly or anything else, signing off a check that's been approved to go. So with that being said, Commissioner, and in order for us to move on from this, I will offer to you tonight to the community that if you feel that you need an electronic signature for FY21 Q4, I will submit that to you tomorrow morning. But I need a commitment from you that you're going to get that back to me tomorrow morning as well, so we can move forward.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. And in fact, if you want to send it while we're on this call, I can sign it live so everyone can see. But I'm certainly happy to do that.
Yes, we'll get that to you. We'll get that to you. So here's the thing. We need to get our quarterly signed. We need to move on. The secretary, the treasurer have to have a relationship that works. Technically, for the community, you and I only have these positions officially to serve the commission for a month and a half. Well, maybe a little more because we vote in January. So I feel that I would love for us to try to work together to the end. We have 2-3 more things we need to do, and we are in good standing as a commission. And I think that as well as everybody else on the commission knows it, how hard we worked to be in compliance and to reconcile our books, our worksheet. And I think it would be unfortunate for the commission and the community if we get all the way down to the 11th month of the calendar year and we lose our allotment after all the hard work that I personally put in and that the chair put in here, and also Commissioner Carley, who worked with me on a bunch of stuff as well. So again, I will get those documents to you. We will get those signed, and we already red flag for late. But I think that if we get them in, we should make our allotment. And for the community, if we get one more notice that we're late, we're then subject to lose allotments thereafter.
Understood. Thank you, Commissioner Amin.
Thank you, Commissioner Piekara.
I'm more than happy. I have a lot of respect for you, and you know that. I am more than happy to work with you. And thank you for the digital signature. That is much appreciated.
Is there any more discussion? Okay. A motion has been placed on the floor to remove Commissioner Piekara as a signatory on the bank documents. Is there a second?
Oh, I second.
The motion has been placed on the floor and seconded. Is there discussion?
I have a quick question just for clarity for the minutes. Who put the motion on the floor?
Commissioner Higgins put a motion on the floor. And it was second by Commissioner Amin. Call for the vote. 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Nay.
5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Yay.
5B05, Commissioner Piekara.
Commissioner Costello. And that would be
Commissioner Costello.
no problem. That would be nay. Thank you.
The motion has been placed on the floor. The motion has been moved. 3 in favor, 2 against, and no abstentions. Okay, we are down to Commissioner Piekara. Do you have a BZA application?
Yes, ma'am. So met with the 200 footers. It's actually just a very exciting form. But constituents at 15th and Jackson as their family is growing, building an extension to their property. They have met with their neighbors. They have letters of support from their the properties adjacent to them, behind and on the side. In conversations, I held an SMD meeting on this as well. There was no opposition to this. And then I've had conversations with neighbors and the 200 footers, and there has been no pushback. So let me pull this up here. With that being said, I put a motion on the floor for the commission to
Commissioner,
yes.
just
Yes.
a point of order before you do that, please.
Oh, yeah.
You said you have met with the 200 footers.
Yes.
I only received 2 people who said that they had no problem with this project.
So the letter, are you referring to the letters that I sent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so those are the 2 neighbors that are right behind and right on the side. They're on a corner property, so those are the 2 neighbors right next to them. Those letters are letters of support. So not just saying they have no issue, but those are actually letters of support that are on the BZA file, saying that they support this.
And I guess my question is, because I'm sure they do give a list of the 200 footers that
yes,
the owner is supposed to reach out to, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have that list?
I do. Well, it's on ISIS, but I can certainly pull it up. I don't want to share everyone's.
List?
What's that?
How many people is on the list?
I can take a look. I don't want to share that on screen because it has everyone's addresses, but I have it right here. Let's see here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4. So 21, including the applicants.
But only 2 people. You only got feedback from 2 people?
No. I didn't hear any opposition. I've emailed, sent letters, and kind of walked around. We also had an SMD meeting yesterday where the architect as well as the applicants were on, and so there was no opposition to it. But we did get the 2 neighbors adjacent that were in support of it, and so they wrote a letter of support to BZA.
And I guess I would feel more comfortable if there are 21 people on there, at least 75% that's on that list gave some sort of feedback.
So sorry, Commissioner, are we saying that for all BZA applications, there needs to be 75% of 200?
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said, I would feel more comfortable. I think, and I know you like to, try to switch words around and try to paraphrase. What I said, and I will repeat it again.
Oh, okay.
I would feel more comfortable if you receive a list of 21 people on that list. I'm not sure why, you can't give them to check a block and sign something and say, I agree or don't agree or something. Why would just two people? Why would it be just two people?
Well, I just want to clarify, two people went above and beyond to write to BZA to say they overwhelmingly support the development, not just that they were not opposed to it. But so you're saying that you wanted to see a petition?
Well, I mean, even if you had a meeting, at least, you know, you could have taken some names and got someone to say yay or nay. Because, and the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because we got burnt once before, which a commissioner that came back and said, hey, you know, the community, not, you know, they don't have a problem with that, and, you know, and had us vote in favor of it, and then the community came after us. They came after us because that person did not reach out to the 200 footers. Not the 200 footers that would be impacted by that. And I think I had this conversation with you guys when I initially came on, and when I had my a visa in my area, I literally knocked on the door and got down to literally so that at least I had over 75%. To be able to say, yeah, you know, the community, the 200 footers, they do not have an issue with this. And you have 21 people on that they consider were 200, that are 200 footers with 200 feet within that that project, and yet you only had 2 people to, you know, that you got feedback from.
I mean, for the other neighbors, I didn't ask them to say to sign anything to say that they didn't oppose to it. It was more, if you have a concern, let me know and let us know. And had a meeting and have emails and sent stuff out, and did not hear from anyone. So there was no reason, no cause for concern. But I appreciate that for your SMDs, you like to have a signature one way or the other.
Well, no, I'm saying for my vote.
Can I ask just a clarifying question,
yeah.
Commissioner Piekara?
Yes.
The letters of support that you received, were they from neighbors who live in close proximity to the project? Like, are they adjacent or across the street or something like that?
Yes, it is a corner lot, and I can actually, CJ, I don't know.
Commissioner Piekara, I'm on the line if you'd like me to step in and potentially answer some of these questions. If I might introduce myself.
Yes, and I'll stop sharing. If you also.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and looks like I need to allow myself to present.
Commissioner.
I think you should be able to present.
I'm gonna have to quit and
But sorry, Commissioner Costello, in the meantime, while CJ is getting on, yes, because it's a corner lot, there is a property to the side of them and a property to the back of them. And both of those properties are the 2 properties that have written letters of support. They are the ones directly adjacent. And this I did not expect to go through pictures, but let me see if I can pull up ISIS in the meantime. The addition is only going to be, they have a fenced in backyard, and the addition is not crossing over into any space that isn't already fenced in by them. There's no back alley that it is intruding on. You know, there really isn't, from my conversations, there isn't anything that's giving anyone pause.
Okay.
Apologies, I had to restart the WebEx program. I could take over any discussion on the letters in support and how the 200 footers work in regards to the burden with the Board of Zoning Administration, who will be hearing the case. And then also
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. If you happen to have the photos handy and can kind of point out for our colleagues the location of the 2 neighbors, just so they can see exactly how close those other 2 properties are and how much they
Absolutely. Can everybody see the presentation screen here?
Yes.
Excellent. So this is the rear of the house that you can see here. This is the back patio. The front of the house is very different here. This is, let's see, Jackson Street going up the hill, 15th Street going across the front of the property. You'll note here these columns at the front porch. The front of those columns are actually the property line. So all of this hill here on the front of the property and all of this hill on the side of the property, including some of the space inside the fence line, is actually all public space and is not part of the property lines. And you'll actually also note as we get to the site plan that this is a property that's has no alley access, and these are really their only two sides to the public space. There's a house up the hill in the rear. That's one of the two letters that's offered support. And there's a house to the left here that's obscured by this tree to the left that has also offered a letter of support. And you can see here, we've pulled out all of the referential BZA cases in the neighborhood, and actually the firm that I work for, Four Brothers Carpentry, did number 2 down here. I wanted to say roughly about 18 to 24 months ago, and was asking for roughly a similar allowance for, lot occupancy and rear setback for the same reasons of small lot and no access to the alley. The existing property here, again, you can see how the front of the porch comes right up to that property line. Actually, let me jump back a little bit. So you can see here, this is the property on 15th Street that's the immediate next door neighbor. And then you can see here, this is the property up Jackson Street that is the rear neighbor. And then I'll jump to the site plan and just highlight those two properties. So this is the house down 15th Street, and then this is the 1920s internationalist style property in the rear. And then our addition is simply 12 feet on the back. It is encroaching upon the required 25-foot rear yard setback, and it is above the the lot occupancy allowable is 40%, the existing is 37%, and we're asking to go up to 46.9%. I'm going to jump to the last sheet of the presentation, just so you can get a sense of what we're asking for. The addition is a second floor addition. There's no enclosed space at the ground floor level. That would all remain as open air outdoor space. There might be, a fan or something, but we're trying to achieve a third bedroom on the top floor for a growing family. And so the 2 bedrooms that are current, let me see here. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. This is the 2 bedrooms that are existing upstairs currently, with an open space and a open to below. So we're really looking to expand an owner's suite out to the rear, provide an additional bathroom, and then again, keep that ground floor completely open with that walkout patio. And so that's really the extent of the project. And then as to the 200 footers, in regards to the requirements from BZA, the Board of Zoning Adjustments, it's my understanding that once the 200 footers have been provided a certified mail, allowing them to know what the project is and have some additional documentations, including these drawings, that it's on those people to voice their opposition, not their approval to the BZA. And so that's what they'll be looking for and asking us when we go for that hearing in December.
The addition on the back.
Yes.
That's I guess the one on my left. And with the free space at the bottom. Is that the new edition, or that's not the new? Because I know I went on Google and looked at it.
Let me just do some quick drawing on this page here.
Yeah,
Move some,
yeah, because I
move some
literally
boxes
looked
around.
at the house, the address. I looked it up, and I looked at all the homes that was around it, which is why I was asking.
So if I may, this is new. And this is existing.
Okay.
And I'll give you just a quick photo of the corner, this corner right here, this existing corner is this corner right here. And you can see that planter box, you can see that existing long window. So we'll be coming out with a, box somewhere here. So I shouldn't be using green.
Is that going to be a flat roof or?
No, ma'am, it wouldn't be I'm just putting boxes on that
Okay.
drawing because it's easy for me, but it would be a peaked roof. We would be looking to mimic that roof line there.
Okay.
We'll probably drop it down just a little bit to give us some differentiation between the new and the existing. And again, the number one most affected property in terms of encroachment is going to be the property to the east on Jackson Street. That's up the hill. They've provided a letter of support here. Let me go back to. They've provided a letter of support for this project, and they're also higher in elevation. And so I've done some sun studies, and they are mostly affected towards the end of the day. That's the summer sun. This is the winter sun. They're going to get a little bit different sun patterns here, but really it's the end of the day where they would be the most affected by that addition. But it really wouldn't be all that much change to their existing sun patterns.
Okay. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure.
Thank
Are there any other questions that I could
Yes. You beat me to it. Any other questions for Mr. Lamora? Hearing none.
That was very, I mean, that really, I mean, that's a lot of clarity. That's a lot of clarity. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So if there are no other questions, it doesn't look like there's any from the community either. I put a motion on the floor to approve Form 129, I think is the official number of it, showing support for the BZA application. I'll put this back up here.
Second.
A motion has been placed on the floor for BZA application 20570. It's been seconded by Commissioner Costello. Call for the vote. ANC 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
ANC 5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. ANC 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Yay.
5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Support.
5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Support.
All right, the ayes have it. 5 yeas, no nays, and no abstentions.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I have to bring something to the attention. I would like to recall the motion to remove Commissioner Piekara from the signatory, and then I will present that motion. That motion needs to come from the treasurer.
Yes, sir. Okay, so we are withdrawing the motion that was placed on the floor by Commissioner Higgins to remove Commissioner Piekara's signatory. We're removing that motion and that vote, and we are calling Commissioner Amin would like to place a motion on the floor.
Yes, I, Commissioner Amin, treasurer of 5B, would like to place a motion on the floor to effectively remove Commissioner Piekara as the signatory on 5B's bank account.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Carley. Call for the vote. ANC 5B01.
Yay.
ANC 5B02, Commissioner Higgins, yay. ANC 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Nay.
5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Yay.
5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Nay.
Okay, the motion has moved on the floor. 3 in favor, 2 against, and no abstentions. Thank you, Commissioner Amin.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so our next resolution is from Commissioner Costello. Commissioner
Thank you,
Costello.
Commissioner Higgins. Yep. Yep. Let me pull it up for you. Or Commissioner Piekara, if you happen to have one of your links handy.
I sure do. My annotated
Awesome.
agenda is really coming in handy today.
It is. It's a lot faster than me digging around through my files. Thank you.
Around because I got lost in my emails a lot last time.
Okay. And let me just zoom in here so I can actually read this. So I have had a lot of engagement with constituents about problems on 12th Street. This probably goes back several months. I've walked through the neighborhood with residents, talked to them. This comes up at my single member district meetings pretty regularly. Basically, there are multiple concerns. But the bottom line is the residents who live on 12th Street and on some of the roads adjacent to it are concerned about a lot of cut-through traffic and speeding drivers. So they have asked for some traffic calming. And so what I've proposed in the resolution are basically 3 different types of traffic calming for the neighborhood to hopefully, keep everybody safe. Commissioner Piekara, if you can actually scroll down to the last page, I'll just recite what the requests are. All of the, go back up.
Oh.
So right there, the be it therefore resolved. So first request was for speed humps on Upshur Street and Barnum coming right off of 12th Street because, again, we've got a lot of cars using those blocks as shortcuts, usually between 12th Street and 13th Streets. The other request was to install some kind of curb extensions, like maybe the plastic flexi posts or a concrete curb that extends out a little bit. And so the benefit of that is it makes pedestrians more visible to drivers, especially around parked vehicles and things like that. And it also narrows the crossing distance across the street. So the second request is for curb extensions on 12th Street. And an all-way stop at 12th and Upshur. This is an intersection where we have had a lot of car crashes, mostly due to speeding, partly, I think, due to visibility issues because we have some parked cars on 12th Street that block visibility. But if we can calm traffic and put a 4-way stop in there, I think we won't have to worry about cars ending up in residents' yards and, people being worried about stepping outside their front doors. So that's what this is for. All of the free text up above this, the preambles and whereas clauses, are basically a summary of, and you can go back up, Commissioner Piekara. These are basically a summary of what the problems are, which I've just described succinctly, and what some of the traffic calming solutions might be, and why they're beneficial and how they would work to address some of these concerns. Happy to go through them if you want, or address any questions anybody here might have. But again, this is kind of a long-standing issue, and I'd like to try and get some traction on this if we can.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Not for me.
None from 5B04.
Okay, motion placed on the floor.
Yep. Yeah, I move to put my resolution on the floor for a vote. Thank you.
Okay, motion has been placed on the floor.
I second.
The 4,000 to the 4,300 block of 12th Street Northeast for traffic calming. Okay, I can't read that fast. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I just moved it down to the.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, on the title, like I think it said 4,000 to 4,300 blocks of 12th Street and adjacent roads. We've already gotten some traffic calming west of 12th Street. Now we're looking to try and help the folks who live east of 12th Street a little bit.
Okay, and the motion has been placed on the floor and seconded by Commissioner Piekara. ANC call for the vote. ANC 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
ANC 5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. Commissioner 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Yay.
ANC 5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Support.
ANC 5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Yay! You guys can't see me, but I'm doing a happy dance right now. You don't know how thrilled this is going to make some residents over here. Hopefully we can get.
Well, Commissioner, it's only a resolution.
I know. Well, that's why I said hopefully we can get DDOT to now cooperate with us on this.
Okay, so it's been placed on the floor. The ayes have it. 4 ayes, 5 ayes, no nays, and no abstentions. All right.
Thank you.
The next BZA is BZA 20566, the AT&T cellular tower. Let's get that up on the screen. Does any of the commissioners have any questions about the resolution, or had you had a chance to look at it?
I haven't, but Commissioner, would you mind just doing a quick overview? I know we had the presentation from AT&T last month, so don't need to go in full detail, but just to be clear, the resolution is requesting that they be allowed to install that, right? Okay.
Can you see your screen?
I can, thank you.
Do I need to increase?
It's okay on my end.
Okay. So the resolution is AT&T Cellular is proposing to take down an existing light pole and replace it with a new monopole. AT&T will place antennas and radio heads on that monopole, as well as replacing the existing light on the new tower as well. AT&T is also proposing a new ground compound where their electrical equipment will be placed. The ground area will be fenced in and locked. I think one of the more significant changes to the existing light pole that they're talking about replacing is that it will be 5 inches higher than the existing pole. Also, I engaged, initially I was contacted by the company in reference to them proposing the monopole. That was back in May, and I sent out emails to my constituents letting them know that we would be preparing for this. And then I had a single member district meeting where we had further discussion, but because of the low turnout, what I did was send out the PowerPoint presentation to the constituents as well, and also garnered their feedback, and they presented at our last month's meeting. So I had no opposition. I also did receive information from them in reference to the multi-use of that pole. Hopefully I won't be switching my screen, but if I am, so be it. Are you still seeing the agenda or the emails?
Seeing the resolution, Commissioner.
Resolution.
Okay, so, okay. So I did receive something stating that, that the poll will also be used as a first responders mechanism, as well as increase, okay, here it is. The proposal will bring expanded and improved wireless and broadband services to the area, including emergency services and FirstNet. So I wanted to also share that piece of information as well. So I'm placing a motion on the floor to accept the proposal for the AT&T cellular monopole. And so is there a second?
Commissioner, I actually just have a quick question.
Sure.
Just echoing Commissioner Carley's. So all the 200 voters were okay, no concerns? Any letters of support from them or opposition or anything? I know that sometimes phone towers get people in their feelings.
Yes, there have been some questions, and I believe some of those questions were raised at our community meeting. But as far as the community is concerned, the 200 footers, those people on the 2000 block of Otis Street, from the 1800 block to the 2000 block, as well as from the 3700 block, were also informed of what was taking place as well. Did not receive any negative feedback or objections to that poll, just additional questions that we were able to answer.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So what purpose will it serve again?
Or they want to swap out to improve the telecommunications ability with that pole.
So there's an existing pole there.
There is an existing pole there, and they're doing what is called a drop and swap. And it's actually, you know, a stadium light pole is, you know, what they utilize it for as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Sorry. Yeah. When can you remind me if you recall when they were planning on switching out the poles again? Yeah, that's right.
I don't know an installation date at this time.
Okay.
I know they will meet with the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I know they're meeting with the zoning board, either in December or in January of next year for their hearing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, so I propose that their request for BZA application 20566 be approved. So all those in favor, well, is there?
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Amin, for the second. Call for the vote. ANC 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
ANC 5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. ANC 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Yay.
ANC 5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Support.
ANC 5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Support.
A motion has been placed on the floor and properly seconded, and it is passed with 5 yeas, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions.
Madam Chair, I have a question because I know we were supposed to go into the budget for 30 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
sure I have to keep doing these marathon meetings, but
well, there's one more motion on the floor, and then we go straight to the community. Hello?
Yeah, yeah. I say keep going.
Oh, so oh, the last the last motion I would like to place on the floor is to amend the resolution that was made for the raised crosswalks around DC public schools and recreation centers and libraries. As you know, we had plenty of discussion in reference to the changing of the information that was on the resolution. The resolution was given to us the night of our meeting. It was shown on the screen. Once Commissioner Piekara sent me the resolution and I read the resolution, there were items on the resolution I was not going to sign because of specific reasons. Lamb Montessori School, that address had also been listed. I had crossed it out, and also I had signed my name, put with changes and my initials. So that, as well as the Truth School, are located in the same building. So I had crossed that out. Number 16 on that resolution was Taft Recreation Center. There is no Taft Recreation Center located on that complex. And then the last one, number 20, was the Woodridge Library, which is not located in ANC 5B. Upon discussion with the commissioner over that particular SMD, that was not something that was put before their ANC board, and it was not in ANC 5B. So I crossed the Woodridge Library off because that was not under our purview. So I would like to place a motion on the floor to amend the the resolution for DDOT to immediately install raised crosswalks near all schools, libraries, recreation centers, and playgrounds in ANC 5B with those changes. Go ahead. And
Yeah.
it's dated September 22nd.
So I did a substantial part of the drafting of the resolution, so maybe I can address some of what you said.
Who's talking? I'm sorry.
This is Commissioner Costello. Thank you for the reminder. So DPR does recognize Taft under that name. I don't know if you would have preferred to change it to the full name, Dwight Mosley / Taft.
But there's no recreation center. It's Dwight Mosley Sports Complex, but there is no recreation center.
Well, okay. I guess that's splitting hairs a little bit, but
recreation center. It's not a recreation center.
Okay.
They'll tell you the same thing. It's not a recreation center. That's a Dwight Mosley Sports Complex. The recreation center has been offline for I don't know how many years.
Okay. Maybe it's a distinction without much of a difference, because I think DDOT would understand what the location was in any event. But I'm just explaining to you why that name was used in the drafting process. The other part of this, I think that you had mentioned was Woodridge Library. Yes, you're right. That is not in 5B. It's just across the street from 5B. Mm-hmm. And so the way the resolution was drafted was that we had requested traffic calming for all streets adjacent to these locations, and that would include Rhode Island Avenue in 5B. So all streets, just to be clear, all streets in 5B adjacent to these locations. So that's why that was included. You know, despite the fact that it's the library itself technically is not in 5B, the street that it's on, I would say half of it is, since that's where the dividing line is.
I understand that, but I believe that if we had discussion or if it was presented before the meeting, then we would have been able to discuss it and go over it instead of receiving it and then reading it and then yes, you know, but again, that's splitting hairs, but that's my motion on the floor.
Okay, and just clarify the motion. Is it to make the technical corrections so that it's clearly understood what we meant?
No, it's to actually remove those items, and I'm letting you know why they were removed. And I think it was something stated, something legally did something to an official document. That official document wasn't signed, and when it was signed, I ensured I didn't take out anything. I crossed it off with changes and initialed those changes. So
I think that
if it would work better with me amending and having it taken out all together, then that's fine. Then we can just call for a vote to do that. So that's why I'm bringing it back to call for a vote to amend the changes that I made.
Okay. Yeah. I think it was Commissioner Piekara who raised. I think it was Commissioner Piekara who raised this at our last meeting. So I guess what I would say is, as one of the authors of the resolution, I would not be amenable to removing Woodridge Library for the reasons I already mentioned, but I think if we can clarify the language to specify that we're talking about the street in ANC 5B across from Woodridge Library, I would be amenable to making that change.
I agree, Commissioner, especially as that across from Woodridge Library is specifically ANC 5B03. And so myself, lots of 5B03 residents have to cross that street to get to the library. It's the closest library for Brookland residents. So I agree with Commissioner Costello that for Woodridge Library not to be removed from this list.
I can type up some language really quick here. I'll put it in the chat. And I think this is...
You know, I like to weigh in, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I support that Woodridge Library is removed for the reasons that we've discussed earlier. One of those reasons is that our colleagues in 5C, and specifically 5C07, they were consulted and they have reached out to us about this, about us making decisions in their ANC and in other SMDs without them being notified, without them being able to engage in a meaningful community engagement. And for those reasons alone, if we go back at a later time, after they have a chance to review it and see what their constituents want, we can include Woodridge Library in that in a separate resolution. But we have to respect the boundaries, and we have to respect other commissioners and give them the opportunity to work within their commission in a way that they see fit. And also, it should be noted that I wish was in this particular resolution that all of those things that are being said are in itself good things, but none of that can be done unless it's done throughout the entire District of Columbia. So it's just not going to happen in 5B, and it's just not going to happen in Ward 5. And also, none of that holds any weight or any change if we don't do something about enforcement of rules, of traffic safety rules around here. So I would like to see in a resolution coming out of 5B that we include those things like, enforcement of traffic rules as well, and also include that this is, and I know it's been talk of this, but it's not included, that this happens across the whole District of Columbia.
I agree, Commissioner Amin, and if I might, but just to point out the point you made, whereas we don't have jurisdiction all over the District of Columbia, unfortunately, our purview is just for 5B, which is why, I would certainly, and we've talked about this, be supportive of a cross ANC resolution. There's been a couple that have gone around that I know I've signed on to, but for this portion, it's 5B, and just to reiterate, the portion, the road adjacent to Woodridge Library is Rhode Island Ave, which is also part of my SMD. So I'm not suggesting any changes that are not in my SMD. I'm not saying anything about the slip street. I know the slip street in front of the library is problematic.
But Commissioner Piekara, if I could interject, you only have half of Rhode Island Avenue, correct? Up there, your border is only one side of that Rhode Island Avenue, because 5C picks up at the medium and they proceed on down the other side as you head, what is that? You head south and you head east. So we, as ANC 5B, we only have half of Rhode Island Avenue. We don't have Rhode Island Avenue 1. We don't have the entire Rhode Island Avenue 1. And 2, Rhode Island Avenue is, if the community doesn't know this, Rhode Island Avenue is a special case where you just don't, because the type of street that is designated, you just don't get to go in there and do stuff.
I appreciate that, Commissioner, and that's why traffic calming is not my expertise, which is why I've made a point to be consulting with our colleagues at DDOT every step of the way. I promise you, a lot of these terminologies in these documents are not ones that I was familiar prior to guidance. So the traffic calming request adjacent to that, the bump outs, I think they'd even talked about extending the median area to allow for more time or for more space and narrow those lanes. So all of those requests are ones that DDOT has okayed, but you also made a comment earlier about none of this holds any weight. And I just want to flag that I'm very cautiously optimistic, but I was told, and I recently just saw signs that there is a raised crosswalk coming on 14th Street between Irving and Jackson in front of Mary Bethune School, which is on this list. And so in my conversations with Director Lott, that this resolution helped expedite that. So I understand every time we're dealing with bureaucracy, it can feel like we're up against something that's unchangeable, but I have been affirmed and really just heartened that some change is happening. And so I hope that the rest of the schools on this list and the rec centers and playgrounds also get a raised crosswalk, bump outs, traffic calming, hawk signals, whatever it takes to make sure that our kids and our seniors and everyone else that uses these public facilities are able to get there safely.
Excuse me.
Columbia anyway. So, because I see them in Ward 8, they're going out there and there's medians, they're going in front of the school, they are putting raised, the curbs up. They are definitely doing that. So that's going to happen throughout the district. But let me ask you something, Commissioner Piekara and Commissioner Costello. Did you guys ever team up or reach out to that ANC commissioner and see if they could not, in some way, write something so that definitely would be, look to see that that's going to happen on the same, at the same time to ensure that you have the support, because I'm sure it would definitely, be something acceptable or favorable by DDOT, especially if two ANC commissioners in that area want the same thing.
Yeah, and to Commissioner Carley's point, that is happening all over the city. Not only is it happening all over the city, it's happening all over the country about, raised visible crosswalks and bump outs. And I know I know that it's kind of like encouraging to let the community think like, oh, we wrote this one resolution and this one resolution got this done. But but it's also very misleading as well to let the community think, one, this is the way the resolution process, what a resolution is and what it actually does, and also that this resolution did that when this is something that, one, the District of Columbia has been working on to get to this point for a while, and two, this is what transportation and traffic safety is doing, not only all over the country, but basically all over the world right now.
Thank you, you guys. I really appreciate it. And we're going to move back to the motion. And again,
I'm sorry. I just wanted to flag one real quick thing that, I think we talked about a bunch of different types of traffic calming. I think for this particular arterial road, the one thing that would apply here because it's an arterial, the one thing that we listed in our resolution was leading pedestrian intervals that accommodate the speed of children. And so that doesn't require any kind of construction at all. That's just a signal timing issue. And I think that's really the one big change here that's specifically outlined in our resolution that would actually apply to this road. So it doesn't seem like too big of a request to make. And I guess just on the point that like these changes are happening across the country, maybe, but if we don't, I guess what purpose?
Can we refocus? I just want to get back to this resolution.
Yes, of course. But what purpose do we serve if we're not advocating on behalf of our constituents? Is what I'm trying to say.
Right. Thank you. So what I getting back to this resolution, and again to Commissioner Costello's point when she was saying that we were kind of splitting hairs in terms of Taft Recreation Center. But there is clearly a distinction that's made in this resolution between the two, because if you look at number 4, it says Dwight Mosley Playground and Taft Field. So clearly these are two different places or facilities.
Okay, that's fair.
So again, my motion is to amend the original resolution that was voted on with the changes that were made. Number 7, which was crossed off, instead of that being standalone, since it is included in the same building with Truth, it would be the Truth Sojourner School / LAM PCS, totally removing Taft Recreation Center and totally removing Woodridge Library, because it is not our jurisdiction.
Just to clarify, for Taft Recreation, do you want to completely remove that? Or sorry, I had written down that we were changing it to Dwight Mosley Taft.
Dwight Mosley is already listed on number 4.
Oh, sorry, but the sports complex. So did you want me to change 16 to reflect the sports complex, or?
No, we're removing, because Dwight Mosley, that's the whole sports, that's the name of the sports complex, Dwight Mosley.
Okay.
And then you wanted to change Sojourner Truth to Sojourner Truth School / LAM, right?
Yeah, that's the same building. They're in the same building. One is on the 2nd floor, one is on the 1st floor. It's the same. It's not in a different building like Prairie Street Prep, which is in
no, right. No, understood. I recognize that. I just want to make sure it's clear what the amendment actually is. It's not just striking it out, it's writing Sojourner Truth / LAM, right? I
Yes,
thought that's what you had said.
I said yes.
Okay, thank you.
And totally removing Woodridge, number 20, as indicated on what you have on your screen. Is there a second?
I second it, Chair Higgins.
Motion has been placed on the floor and seconded. Call for the vote. ANC 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
ANC 5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. ANC 5B03, Commissioner Amin.
No, that's Piekara.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Piekara. I'm sorry. She said no. I can't hear her.
No, sorry, no to the amendments.
Okay. ANC 5B04.
Support amendments.
ANC 5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Nay.
All right, the yeas have it. 3 in favor of, 2 against, and no abstentions. All right, at this time, the community has the floor, and the community has the floor in reference to the budget. And Commissioner Amin, you have the floor to take over.
Yeah, good. Thank you everyone that's still hanging in there with us. I really appreciate that, and I do want to say that you can hang in there, but this is not jail. You are not required to stay in these meetings. I see a lot of you complain a lot about a lot of stuff, but no one's making you stay here. So, but I'm glad that you did decide to hang out and have some budget talks. So I think that each commissioner has had the opportunity to engage you with the budget. So why don't you, and I have not received that many emails. I think I've received
only 3.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I received one phone call from a constituent in 5B03, Commissioner Piekara, and one email from a constituent in 5B04, me here, about budget. But for the most part, with the extended engagement period that we offered and the many opportunities and the many ways we offered to engage, I haven't really heard a lot opposition for the budget. So, but that being said, it's not like a lot of people are like saying, yay. Most people are just saying like, hey, well, I don't even see what the problem is. So, but this is your opportunity to speak with me, the treasurer, and the commission about your thoughts about ANC 5B budget. So please unmute, and I don't read the chat, so if I prefer you to talk to me, right? So let's go. Anyone?
Yes, I have a question.
And please identify. And I'm going to ask you to identify yourself and what
Sure.
S&D you live in, or who represents you for the record.
My name's Kara. I live in 5B03. The budget that the public was previously shown didn't include line item 4, office supplies, equipment, printing. And I'm wondering what is included in that and why that was added later.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Kara. That's a really great question. So if you look at the first, and I think we have OA and C on the line tonight too. Is Dawn still on the line?
I am here, Commissioner.
So Dawn is out of the office of the OA and C, so she will be able to assist the community and the commission with a lot of our technical questions. But it's my responsibility to explain the projected or the proposed budget that I put forward to put forward for ANC 5B. So line item number 4, which was office supplies. It didn't appear on the first budget. Now, it appeared on fiscal year budget 2021 as in the same form, the same amount of $600. We actually only spent $1.20 in fiscal year 2021 that went underneath the line item for office supplies. And that was basically an adjustment that had to be made as we were going through the books there. Now, it did not appear on the first budget partly because I didn't know that I didn't need to put it back on there. I initially thought that because we did not spend any money out of that category, that money just automatically went back there because it was spent. After conferring with the Office of the OASC, I got a clear understanding of how the line items worked on the budget, a better understanding. But also what happened while we were going through that process was that allotments kept coming in. So if you notice on the first budget that was presented to your commissioners, I think the reserve at that time was like $957, somewhere around in there. And then when the allotments kept coming in, and then again, I checked with the Office of OASC, and I wanted to be clear that, hey, all this money that's showing up in available is this money that I can include in our budget? And I was instructed, yes. So once I was very clear on that, then I thought, on those two things I just mentioned, then I went in and added the $600 back in. And then also what happened in that process was that I was in the office working, and I was in there working with Chair Higgins, and all of a sudden we went to get some supplies. You know, we went to, I think we were looking for folders and large legal envelopes that day. And then all of a sudden we just realized that we didn't have a lot of our basic office supplies. We didn't buy anything last year. As stated earlier, there's never been an inventory since this new commission because we had a secretary that basically wasn't comfortable, using the office or organizing the office, things that we talked about very early on. So then I and the chair, we started to go through a couple of things. And so we said, okay, well, we really need to restock our basic supplies. So the new breakdown that commissioners would have received would have said something like legal pads, clipboards, pens, pencils with erasers, legal envelopes, those basic office supplies, $600 that would be spread out over a fiscal year. And yeah, you see it right there. You, Commissioner Piekara, you see it right there. So that's $600. I put $600 there for us to get office supplies. And remember, we didn't buy anything last year, and we only used $1.40 of the $600 that was there last year. $1.20 of the $600 that was there last year, Kara.
And I do believe in the conversation you and I had when we discussed the budget, we that $600 because you didn't know exactly whether or not we were going to receive our allotment or not, or how much money we were working with, because of the previous treasurers had gotten the budget so out of whack that you guys was doing a lot of recovering and a lot of trying to get the budget back in shape so that you'll know what you were working with, and that's how that $600 got in there.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner Carley. Yeah, Kara, did that help?
Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. That was a great question, by the way, too. Who else is up?
I'm here.
Who's I'm here? Oh, Alfonso. Alfonso, who represents? What SMD you live in, or who's your ANC commissioner?
This is Leroy.
Oh, that's Leroy. Mr. Morgan, I know you're in 505 with Commissioner Costello. You have a budget question, sir.
Yes. Do you have enough money to repair that kiosk across the street from CVS on 12th and Newton?
You know,
is gone.
That's very interesting. I don't think that is our responsibility. I don't even know. That's a community thing. I don't know who owns that. But you know what?
Sorry, what is it again? It's
Oh,
a kiosk.
Well, 5B paid for that.
I'm sorry, it's the kiosk
some years
where?
back.
Thank you.
But now it needs to be repaired.
I'm sorry,
I didn't know that. So this is great. Yes.
I'm sorry. Where is it located, and what is it? The purpose?
12th and Newton.
Located across from CVS, 12th and Newton Street Northeast.
Okay.
It's in 5B02. It's the kiosk
Exactly.
that Commissioner Higgins. Oops.
Still there?
Commissioner Higgins post her notices on.
Oh, okay.
I was done by Brookland.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was done by the Brooklyn Civic Association.
Now, I'm sure, well, I can add Commissioner Higgins, because if it's Brooklyn Civic Association, I mean, anytime they want to get something like that done, I'm sure they can go to their commissioner and ask for, some sort of grant money.
Yes, that's right.
Or they can do it. They can do it directly. I would reach out if it was done by Brookland Civic, then I think that you should reach out directly to Brookland Civic and see if they want to replace it, because they may not be aware that there's a need to replace it.
Well, I can't reach out to them because I'm not a member.
You got to be a member.
Sorry, if you could give me your contact information, we can even talk about how to get donations to improve that sign.
I may have my email address.
Okay.
It would be nice next time you have a meeting. I go there and look at the bulletin board to get the information. I went there today. It's not there.
And everything. It's still there. You talking about the bulletin board?
The whole board is gone. That's right.
Well, the bulletin board is there. I guess I was just there the other day posting.
Not today. Not today.
Oh wow! I was there a couple of days ago.
Oh,
it's gone. Okay. Not this morning because I checked.
Thank you, Garrett. I did see. I am looking at the chat now, and Savad. So I know I'm pronouncing your name wrong. If you're still on there, I would love to take your question about office.
Gary, yes, thank you. The board is gone. The post and the roof are there. Board is gone. It's not.
Are they doing? Do you know whether or not they're going to do any building there?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
We'll check into it, and you
got to pass by. Just drive by or walk by.
Okay. Thank you for the update, Mr. Morgan.
Yesterday. Okay, thank you.
I was there this morning.
Okay. Oh, this morning. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the meeting's this afternoon, so I just went there this morning.
Right.
Okay. Hey, folks, if we could just kind of move on.
Yes, go ahead.
It is getting late. Mr. Morgan, you have another budget-related question before I move on to Alfonso?
No, that's all. Go ahead.
Thank you for the update. We're going to look into that. Alfonso, you keep lighting up on my screen. You have a question?
Yes. So, hi, Commissioner Amin. This is actually Roxana. Alfonso is my husband's name.
Oh, hi, Roxana. Roxana's in 5B03, represented by Commissioner Piekara, and she did give me a phone call.
Yep, that's right. So thanks for that conversation. The question that I had for you concerns the office space. I see that it is the largest budget item, and I'm wondering if the ANC 5B has formally requested from whoever the right person is that free office space be provided.
Yes,
we have. And when our initial office burnt down, prior to us even moving, we have requested space, but we were unable to get space within our commission area. So in turn, we end up renting space. So yeah, that was an option, and we had looked. I can't tell you when the last time we reached out to them, but yeah, we had.
Commissioner, did
I think
we?
Commissioner Higgins.
Sorry.
But also,
Sorry.
can I make one point too? One of the reasons why when the ANC position, they felt there was a need to create it. One of the reasons why they started, distributing an allotment was specifically so ANC the commission board could have office space. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't even be receiving an allotment.
I don't know that that's true, Commissioner. We are only actually one of
Initially,
six.
when it started out, that is
perhaps.
exactly why they distribute an allotment. It was so that the commission could have office space.
Yeah, I can't talk about where it started, but I will say, based on the auditor's report, we're actually only one of six ANCs in the city that are spending more than $5K on office space. A majority of ANCs do not pay for office space.
Yeah, and I want to add this in because maybe the community doesn't really know a lot about the office space. So, as Commissioner Higgins just said, the last office space that was, and I wasn't a commissioner then, but that was listed, that was this free office space that people are thinking that we should have, was a trailer in a parking on a school grounds with no heat that caught a fire. Thank God nobody was in there. That burned up all the ANC's records and stuff. So so if that helps you out a little bit about like the kind of free office space that's being offered offered out there to ANCs. Yeah, so that's kind of like if you're so advocating, say like, oh, I don't think that an ANC should have a place to work, or they should try to have a free place to work. So that's just kind of, if you wait around for that, and it's a lot of things. It doesn't have to be in 5B that they offer us. So it doesn't have to be accessible to us. It doesn't have to be accessible to you. It doesn't have to be accessible biking and public transportation and parking out front. And our space is all of that. It doesn't have to have its own bathroom and all of those things. And so we pay. Wait 1 second, please. We and for what I believe, for what we have, it's very under market. So we basically pay $550 a month to rent a office that we do use. So that means that we spend $1,650 a quarter for that office space. And so that number looks large when you, Roxana, when you say direct office costs, but have you and you and I talked about this, have you distinguished that underneath direct office costs is $6,600 for a year's worth of rent that we project, and then the other $3,000 is for our office equipment, being our printer, scanner that we use in the office. So that gives us that total that people they're looking at, that's $9,600. We're not spending $9,600 for rent. We're spending $550 a month, $1,650 a quarter for office rent.
Well, but you know what?
So can I ask a follow-up question? Because my question was pretty specific. Like, I understand that in the past, there was the substandard free office space that was provided, but I'm asking a more concrete question. Like, within the last 12 months, has anyone asked for free office space? And if so, what was the response, and what is the space being provided?
No, we did not. And of course, we were under a public emergency, so we weren't even going into a public space. So trying to acquire a free space was not one of those things I even thought about.
If I'm
So
sorry, only because
can
I
only
did
speak for
reach out.
myself.
Oh,
I
okay.
said,
Yes, sorry. I
can
did
only
reach out.
speak for
I know that
myself.
I know that I shared that with Commissioner Amin as well. So I did reach out to DGS. They said that at least in the last 5 years, they don't have on record of us approving a resolution requesting. So they can only do the inventory check once we request via formal resolution, which I have here, once we request formal office space. But the flip side of that is if there isn't one available, and I'm trying to find the resolution right now, if there isn't one available, the DC law does authorize the mayor's office to reimburse us up to $600 for whatever office space we're currently utilizing. So, it's not necessarily if they don't have a space that's available to us, to Commissioner Amin's point, that is not easy for everyone to get to. It's not like, okay, well then tough, you're out of it. But the per DC law, they will reimburse up to, and here, let me share my screen here.
This Commissioner Procure's office?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering, because this is the first time I've heard this come from you too. So I'm just wondering, when we have had these cow meetings, how come this is not, you always wait till we get to the public meeting before you even bring this up, not allowing or giving us an opportunity to, hear what you have to say and then do any type of, discovery or investigating ourselves? Why not do this during the cow meeting?
Commissioner, I'm happy to send the transcripts. I brought it up earlier in the spring about, I brought it up at our CAL meeting earlier this spring.
You didn't bring this up, Commissioner Piekara. You really did not.
I did not hear it.
Commissioner, I would also say, Commissioner Amin, in the summer, when you and I met at the market, I also discussed this with you and let you know that this.
Well, why not all the commissioners?
No. Commissioner Carley, may I? Commissioner Piekara, you talked about free office space. You did not show this document. You did not make the comments that you just made tonight. You talked about free office space, and no commissioner has ever said that that we would not be open to looking at something and voting on something. But what the majority of the commission has said is that we are fine with the office space that we have. It suits our needs, and we as a commission have that right to make that decision as a commission. That's what our budget is for, our operating costs, and we decided. And ANC 5B, well, I'm not going to get into that, but we decided a while back, even before I got on board, that office space was fine, and we continue to think it's fine. And then if we find something else, or if the majority decides to leave, then that's what happens. But for now, we like it. Our equipment is there, our stuff is there, and we seem to and I know that I use the office, I know that Carley used the office, and I know that Higgins uses the office.
Yeah, I agree. And so I guess what I'm asking, Commissioner, is then can we vote and approve this resolution? And then it sounds like we can, if there's no office space.
It's already been approved. It's already been approved for us to have office space. But Commissioner Piekara,
you're interrupting me again.
Wait a minute. This is for the community, Commissioner Piekara. We had opportunity to have this conversation in CAL. This is for the community. So I want to give it back to Roxana and make sure that we have answered her questions. This is community concerns. Roxana, please continue.
What I'm saying, Commissioner, is we can have potentially the same office space we have and have the mayor pay for up to $600 of it. I think that's a perfect hybrid.
I just wish you would bring it to the commission when we have our CAL meeting and not always try to do it in the public, so you can act as though you brought it to us before when you have not. So can we finish?
Yep, you're right.
Sorry. In the interest of time and everyone's tired, I would just ask, if there is a way to get refunded or to get free office space, so that there are additional funds. I think Commissioner Amin, you and I have had a conversation about how those funds could potentially be used to help folks in the community. And so I just wanted to put that out there. That's still something that a number of people, including myself, are interested in. And so I would I realize, this may not impact necessarily the budget right now, but I would say, over the coming months, I think a number of people in the community would appreciate ANC 5B looking either into the free office space or looking into this $600 reimbursement so you can stay in your current office space, and then using, I realize you'll need to vote on this, but to the extent those leftover funds or those now unused funds can be used for the community, like that would be great. So
this is Commissioner Higgins. I thank you for your comments, but I do have to agree with some of my colleagues. Commissioner Piekara, it would be nice if you would bring these items to our attention instead of waiting to the last minute and say, oh, I gave you this, or we discussed this, or we discussed that. And in all actuality, to this extent, we did not. And then the proper platform, again, would be for you to bring this to our attention at the COW. But instead, we've been having all of these other things going on instead of really dealing with the business. So we really need to sit down and talk about this because it does make sense, and it could be something that will be beneficial. But bringing things to us at the last minute and showing it to us on the screen does not help us to be able to make a decision. And so we can do our research. I don't think that that's cool either. So our next person, so we can move on because we do need to vote on our budget, and it is currently 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Hi, I'm not sure if anyone, this is Sveta Wilkson. I'm not sure if anyone read my comment because I was bouncing back and forth between putting my kiddo to bed. I'm happy to make my comment now.
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you all. I just want to again reiterate my concern about the amounts spent on office rent. I'm not going to go into detail here. I think other residents have kind of basically said what I was thinking as well. I think there are a couple of questions that I have. I think it sounds like there's some alternatives, right, to getting free office space, but that's something that might have to be pursued later, and I understand that. I think also as a resident, I think I would be just a little bit curious to hear about how the office is being used, just because honestly, I've lived in this neighborhood since for like the last 5 years. I didn't even know it existed. And is it primarily used as an office space for you all to do your work, to store documents, or is it also a place to have meetings? Basically, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of how trafficked is it in the month and normal times, understanding that the last year obviously has been really, really different. And what you see the use of the office space in terms of how many times it's used per month moving forward. And I think that would help me as a resident kind of wrap my head around, is this cost really high? Or if you really calculate the cost per use, it's actually reasonable. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your question, and it does make very good sense. As stated, we've been, COVID's been here. And since the new commissioners here have been on board, they have not been able to take advantage of the office as we have since we've been on a commission a little longer. But we have had, well, I'll speak for myself. Of course, we have all of our committee of the whole meetings there, as well as where we hold our documents, supplies, and have meetings. And actually, before our office started being renovated and moving people around, there was an area where we could actually have meetings as well. And that area is still open to us. But at this time, until they finish doing what they're doing within that facility, we do have an office to utilize. I don't go as often as I used to go. I only go when I need to take care of business because of the pandemic. And on our upper floors, there are actually residents. So, I move cautiously.
I mean,
And we pay $550 per month for that space. So.
And I meet residents there, and there are some of my residents, I mean, some of my constituents that donate material to us at times, copy of paper, things like that. So yes, I use it. I do newsletters. I go up there and meet constituents up there. It's a place for them to be able to spread out papers or whatever it is they want to go over or discuss. So yeah, I definitely use it.
So I mean, it sounds like in normal times you were using the office at least once monthly, but potentially a few times per month. Does that sound right?
As a whole, we will have, and we go up there.
Times per
We
month.
also go up there when we have to meet, and not necessarily with all 5 commissioners, but when we go up there to handle treasury business, sign checks, we secure checkbooks in there. So it's, it's definitely a place that we would use maybe, I guess, as a group, maybe 4 or 5 times a month, as a CAL meeting once a month. But I go off there several times a week.
Individually, yeah, several times a month.
Okay, I think that's helpful, and I think I understand that different residents will also have different preferences in terms of digital versus in person for both documents and meetings. But again, I do second, again, whether this is now or perhaps in the next budget, the kind of the sentiment that I believe the resident before me expressed in finding other solutions or other ways to decrease that cost.
Yeah, and you know what? And what I was going to suggest, even at the beginning when this came up, and I know for myself, and I know those who have worked with me, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Amin, if I have any type of suggestion or a problem with something, I don't just come with the problem, I come with the solution as well. So if I said, you know what, this is an issue, this is, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, and here are some suggestions to resolve it. I don't just come with the complaint. And I'm not talking about the constituents. I'm talking about, like, somebody bringing something up that could have been brought to us at a CAL meeting so we can discuss this on a level with just us 5, as opposed to now, having all the constituents, input, where we can actually focus on this and give it some consideration. And not spring it on us and act like we knew about it all the time, but I know for a fact I did not. And trust me, my memory is good.
I just want to be clear. This is also it's in the handbook. It's DC law for ANC code. It's not hidden away anywhere.
See, and there you go. Once again, I said I'm talking about your act.
I'd like to speak.
I'm just saying you could have brought it up before now in a CAL meeting when we can possibly talk about it.
I think we had a constituent wanting to ask a question. I don't know who it was though.
Commissioner Amin. He's walking.
Yeah, I'm here. Yes, please ask your question. Is she there?
Well, if she's not there, Ms. Jelks of 5B05, Commissioner Costello, and I just like to offer some suggestions, and I also had just a question about the office, and I looked at that very closely. I would like for the commissioners to sit down at their next meeting and consider DCPS. In the past, several years ago, I know that several DC government entities had used buildings that had been renovated. They had office space in those buildings. Those buildings would give a little bit of security. They would have Wi-Fi. You could meetings. I mean, you have to work with the principals, and then you have to work with building facilities at DCPS. And the other thing is that I think it would be a good idea to take a survey to find out just how many of the constituents in each single member district has access to computers, and how many of the constituents, want in person. To me, these are things that I would like for the commissioners to work on that would really solve a lot of problems for all of us, because I stay at the meetings and I listen very carefully. So I would like for you all to work together to do these things that would certainly be beneficial to all of us and also to yourselves.
Thank you. Those are great comments. And let's start with the DCPS. And we have access to DCPS and to public libraries, like everyone does. But also, you have to understand that we have to request that be approved by principal or library staff, and it's done on a first come, first served basis. So we could ask for space, and we normally have have meetings in schools and libraries and places, public spaces like that. But if there's another group that already has requested that space, there's no preference given to us at that point. So we may not get space, or we may be given a very small room to hold a meeting in. Now, normally, I'm not sure of this. Maybe that's something that we can look into. They do not normally give office space inside public schools and public libraries to ANCs. I don't think that's been on the list of places that they offer, but that could have changed. That could have changed at this point. And thirdly, to your point, I think that ideas of surveys and deciding how many people want to meet in person, those are really great things. But I think that's something that I encourage you, the constituents, to do and to be honest about it. Because again, we volunteered to do this job. We have enough stuff that basically mandatory. You see, there's DDOT and there are zoning things, all these things like that. So to ask us to then come back and do surveys and all of those things, it's a lot to put on anybody.
Well, Commissioner Amin, maybe I worded it wrong when I said survey. So maybe I should have said poll your constituents to see how, do you have digital or in person? For example, I cannot do in person. I have found that it is great when digital was, the virtual was available, because now I can come to the meetings, I can see what's going on and everything, because I just cannot get out.
What were you doing before, Ms. Jake?
Let me finish.
But what were you doing before? Because this has come up from your emails.
Please don't talk over me. Let me finish.
Well, we have a lot of people, so if you could.
I am trying to be respectful. Please allow me. So
please hurry up then.
Excuse me? Please allow me. So what I'm saying is that I have really gotten a lot of information and been kept well informed by coming to your virtual meetings. So that is what I enjoy. And then if it's available, yes, I think going forward that this is something that we really should consider. Now it's a suggestion that I'm offering, that I'm putting on the table.
Thank you.
And as for what I did before, the ANC commissioner that I had before really did not reach out to the community like the commissioner that I have now does.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jelks, for your comments.
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
I appreciate it. Can we have at least 2 more comments before we move on?
I just wanted to bring up that Dawn said she regrets she must leave.
I'm sorry. Oh, she has to leave. Okay.
Yes.
Does any constituents have any more questions or comments?
Hi, Commissioner. I've had my hand raised for a while. I was wondering if I could speak.
Okay, go ahead and jump in. Give
Hi
me
there.
your name.
Yeah, my name's Sarah Wilkinson. I'm an ANC 5B02 resident. I just wanted to say I heard Commissioner Amin say repeatedly that this is the ANC's money to use to fulfill their duties, which of course is fair. But I did want to point out that this budget, while it is for the operating costs of the ANC, it is still essentially the constituents' money. So we should have a say in how it's being used. And from my perspective, it seems like we're paying essentially for a room for our fancy printer. I personally have never received a printed document from you, Commissioner Higgins, or this commission. So I'm just curious what is being printed and why could that not be serviced by Global Print Masters or another local print shop in the area? And if it would be possible to break the 10-year lease on that and pay a fee in the interest of saving money over the long term. And it's my understanding, as other people have mentioned, that if no office space is available, the city will reimburse a few $100s a month. So potentially you could stay in the office that you're in and get some money to redirect somewhere else. So I know that's been discussed already, but I just wanted to, voice my support for that. And lastly, point out that this feels important to me because I see other needs and positive impacts that we could provide for the community rather than essentially a vacant building or a printer building. And I don't know the feasibility of all of these things, but some things that just come to mind as a constituent, I would love to provide Thanksgiving dinners to some residents in the community who are needing that this holiday season, or perhaps a scholarship for a semester of college for someone who would otherwise be unable to attend, maybe a summer camp for one of the children in our neighborhood, or other community building efforts.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. Couple of things as far as the print is concerned. ANC 5B has always had a printer. The printer that we have is the same. It's not the same. It's smaller than the printer that we had originally. We just finally replaced it. The idea of being able to get reimbursed for the rent is a fantastic idea. Again, as you've heard the other commissioners say, this is the first time I've heard about that. So I can't speak for anybody else, but I can speak for me. So again, these are the type of things that we should have been discussing all along and have not. But I think it's a great idea. We have used Global Print Master. We used them for about 2 years until we got our printer. So we have done multiple things trying to make things work and make them work to benefit the community as well as the commissioners. But we take everybody's opinions and what they feel is best to heart. And that's why we're meeting with you to get what your feedback is. So in terms of your comments, looking at the budget, what do you think should be changed?
Well, Commissioner Higgins, Madam Chair.
No, wait a minute. I want to hear from her. What do you think?
I know, but I would like you to address the fact that what was brought up is that whatever money we have, we should be handing out Thanksgiving dinners and
oh, that's afterwards. That's different.
Okay.
Because the monies that we receive, we can't use those monies to duplicate any services that are already being conducted in the District of Columbia. But my question to Ms. Wilkinson is, looking at the budget you see on the screen, how would you redirect the dollars? What does that look like to you?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to respond. I would cancel the printer. I would use, global print masters, or even depending on the quantity of things that are being printed, just print it somewhere else. I'm wondering what is being printed, because like I said, I haven't ever received something from the commission. And if it was smaller print jobs, there's lots of affordable ways to do simple black and white printing. So I would cancel the printer and break the lease, and then that would sort of negate some of the reasoning for the office, because there's simpler ways to house files and meet one-on-one with constituents. And I also just wanted to say, I was just throwing out ideas. I'm just a constituent. I'm not in the commission, so I don't know the legalities of how funds could be redirected to the community. So I don't need anyone to pick on that specific issue. Just the spirit of giving back is what I wanted to convey.
No, I just wanted your opinion. That's all. And I thank you.
Commissioner Carley had a comment, please. I want to hear from Commissioner Carley, Roxana.
Well, you've already spoken. I would like to hear from someone that has not spoken.
Someone has their hand up. Finley?
Oh, okay. Finley will go after Commissioner Carley. Finley.
Up from earlier.
We have some questions in the chat too.
Okay, and then after Finley, we'll take a vote. The time is now 10:22. And we're going to take a vote, and then we're going to adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Carley.
No, I just wanted to bring up again, let's find out where, the suggestions of redirecting this money, and let's say, all right, we're not paying that for rent. We did use master print. Master print was much more expensive than what we are paying now for that printer. And what's being printed is newsletters, and when I get visas, I literally go out to the 200 footers and knock on doors and give them the information, and literally 3 times I would to provide them the information, go back out there a second time to see if they made a decision, go back out a third time to get signatures. But if you say, okay, let's redirect this money there, then say, okay, what are we going to spend this money on? I mean, that would be great to have the feedback, because we're very limited on what we could spend that money. And yes, we have given, we've all given out grants. All 3 of us so far have given out grants. Over there in Queens Chapel, that their big board that they got over there announcing who they are, I was responsible for giving them the money for them to do that. So yeah, we would love to give out grants. And if we redirect that money, grants is a great idea. Yes, that's one of the things we can do. But it's kind of hard to get people to follow the guidelines when it comes to those grants.
Yeah.
Because once you hand them out, you got to report on them every 30 days. And people don't understand that. And you got to give up receipts. A lot of people don't like doing that. Then they end up, wondering why they getting a letter saying you need to pay us back that money.
Right. And I want to add that this budget that I propose actually moves us towards that. If the commissioners know that if you look at this budget continues to create a reserve to just like we did last year. We started out negative and we ended up with $1,857 in reserve this year. We continue to build a reserve. So the goal with this budget is to eventually have a reserve that if the commission has projects that we want to support in the community that we're allowed to support, that we have the money to do that. So we are constantly working towards building that reserve. Each quarter builds that reserve. Each year builds that reserve. So last year, we went from in the negative to almost having $2,000. and then we continue to move in that direction. Now, we don't know what this year is going to hold. Our lease for the office is month to month. So there's a possibility that if this office idea pans out, then we will have the opportunity to step away from our lease. But until that happens, I project that we continue with using our office, because it is of use in that office, and it's very nice to meet someone in an office as opposed to having to meet them at a coffee shop and buy a cup of coffee in the middle of the day that you don't want, or to having to invite somebody into your home or being invited into somebody else's home. So it is a nice professional alternative for commissioners. And for me, I'm just really surprised that we live in a community that doesn't want that doesn't feel like their commission deserves the things that we say we need to run a professional operation for you, and to use words like corrupt and all of those things, with none of that stuff has never been found. It's very, very disappointing to be a part of that community, to hear that coming out of the chat. So,
sorry, just a point of clarification, because I know this was asked a couple of times and it was also asked in the chat. And I've gotten a lot of my surveys. What exactly, so Commissioner Carley, you mentioned what you're printing. Are any of the other commissioners using it for printing purposes?
I have not. Look, I just want to flag that Finley has been waiting patiently. Can we give Finley a chance to talk? And I've also been biting my tongue because I want to give residents a chance to talk, but I do want to mention one thing, but I'm gonna wait my turn, let Finley go.
They have to be vote with 4 people. Yep, thank you. So I guess my only question really looking at this is exactly what are the bank fees?
they vary. I mean, a bank fee could be as little as it would be just like we bank with PNC, and it could be as little as, let's say, $3 a service on the account, or say, if you heard my earlier report, that if we have to put a stop payment on a check, or if we have to request a document that the OANC needs to verify something that we've done, that could, I've seen it as high as $33. So, I've seen fees as low as $3 in our books. And last year, I had to do a stop payment on one of our checks was lost, and I had to stop payment on it, and it cost the commission $33. So they're just like your bank fees. If you have a personal bank account, and we bank with PNC, we have a business account there.
Someone in the chat said she can't raise her hand, but she wanted to just say something real quick. Go ahead and unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you. Lots of tech difficulties today, I think, for everyone. Hi, this is Sveta Wilkson again. I'm a resident of Commissioner Costello. Commissioner Amin, who, by the way, we've met before multiple times. You probably wouldn't recognize my name, but I think you'd probably recognize my face. I just wanted to clarify, I think for me personally, and I think this probably reflects the sentiments of some other residents, it's not that I don't believe that the commissioners deserve an office space. I certainly think that that is probably very, very critical to your work. I think we're just trying to figure out ways of how to provide that same experience but lower the costs. And it sounds like residents had ideas for that. So I just wanted to say that, again, for me personally, it's not because I think the commission doesn't deserve that space. It's just because it seems that there's some cost-saving ways to do that. And I think certainly if there's any support that residents can give for figuring out some of these paths forward, including how other ANCs manage community grants and how those are distributed, certainly happy to help in that way. I will also say that to that point, some of the comments in the chat this evening have been incredibly negative on both sides. And I do wonder if moving forward, there are certain points of the meeting where the chat is less helpful. I certainly wouldn't want to encourage turning it off for the whole meeting, but there's chunks of the meeting where the residents, if we were in person, we would be commenting anyway. And I feel like it just fosters this culture of people kind of sniping at each other where it doesn't actually accomplish anything. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. And yes, I think that when we go back to in-person meetings, I think some of the negative comments will stop. I think it's easier to do it in chat and on social media, and it's easier to, when you're in the silo of your vehicle, to be rude to people that are on the road as well. So it carries over in everything we do. But I'm 100% sure that some of the rudeness that we see coming out of the chat would never ever happen when we go back to in-person meetings.
All right, Commissioner, I hope you heard my comments though about my personal desire to potentially see the costs either readjusted or potentially reimbursed. Again, it is not disrespect to the commissioners. It's just trying to figure out different ways of getting to the same goals.
Yeah, and I want to say to that, we do hear you here, and this is what this format is for. But also, we also hear from people who don't agree with you. So, and sometimes those people are not here in this meeting. They catch us in other places. This is why you engage your commissioner. And I did hear somebody speak from 5B02 tonight, but I think that if it hasn't been duly noted, that most of people that don't support this are coming from 5B03 and 5B05. And I don't get that same feedback from 5B04, whether we say we have an office or a phone or a printer, or we pay bank fees. What they're concerned about is me being able to assist them with the concerns that they have. So I don't hear that, but I hear that you're saying that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Amin. Did Finley ever get to speak?
Yeah, he asked about the bank fees.
Yeah.
Okay. And wait, excuse me, Commissioner Costello.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
And I think it was one more person that had their hand raised.
I see Brooke and Brute.
I'm trying to get one more person on before we go to Commissioner Costello, because we're going to end it there. The time is now 10:33.
Hi,
And
I'm sorry. I'm on my husband's work phone. I'm sorry about the name.
That's okay. That's okay.
But I just have a quick question. And this pertains to especially the printer part of it. I understand that you guys need a printer, and I understand that there are some people that need to have an accessibility of printed pages, and I'm all for that. My question really is, do we need to lease a printer? Couldn't we go to like Office Max or somewhere like that and spend $500 on a printer and then order paper and toner, or like as needed, and spend way less money on that and still be accomplishing the same goals? I'm not trying to take away things that you guys need as a commission to do your job. I'm simply wondering if there's ways for us to spend the money in a wiser way so that then we can put it towards other things. Like, I would love to see some more community building. I feel like our ANC has been showing us how much we have a divided community on certain issues. And it would be lovely to do some community building, like have some block parties or have a Brookland day where it could be somewhat sponsored by ANC and bring people together so that more people get to know. Like, I personally am a busybody and I know all my neighbors, but I know there are a lot of people that aren't like that. And it would be fabulous, I feel like, to bring people together and let them get to know more of their neighbors.
Thank you. You can have a block party anytime. I mean, there's block parties around here. My neighbors have block parties all the time.
I'm sorry, Ra, I think you're missing my point. My point was, couldn't we take some of that money and have an actual, not a block party, a Brookland sponsored neighborhood thing where you brought everyone together. So it isn't divisive. It isn't on one block. It isn't like, hey, let's just get to know more of these particular neighbors, but a more community-centered thing. I mean, many other areas in the city do it. I was just using that as one example of a way to spend our money instead. But more my point is there has to be some other cost-saving ways that we could do this better. Rather than spending $3,000 on a printer, let's spend $500 and buy a printer. I mean, that to me just makes common sense.
Yeah, we need a larger printer. A desktop printer doesn't really work for us.
But a desktop
Okay.
printer, thinking of a laser printer that can scan and everything. I mean, I know you can get one for under $1,000 easily, and that would save you a ton of money.
Thank you for your comments. Does anybody else have any comments different? I mean, everybody's talked about the office. Everybody's talked about the printer. Does anybody?
Are you able to hear me?
Does anybody have any additional comments?
I think someone's trying to talk.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Brooke Bonet, and I live in Commissioner Amin's district. I was a teacher and used a laser printer and had to print all of my school supplies, and this was 15 years ago. So definitely a laser printer is the way to go when you have to try and do things with less than print hundreds of copies. So on that piece, I think for me, the web page is something that's really important to me. It's been hard to get information. And so I haven't received any printed materials. It seems like that's something we can improve upon. And I'd just be curious to see what other ANCs are spending funding on. I would love to see events, community building as well. And if the community could be helpful in trying to look for other options, so it's not on you guys to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Brooke.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So Commissioner Costello?
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say this a while back, so maybe this will kind of bring us full circle. So, you know, I had emailed everybody earlier today. I was kind of excited about this. I think there are ways where we can have our cake and eat it too, believe it or not. And if you'll bear with me for just 2 minutes, I will do a quick summary. I think Commissioner Piekara kind of highlighted one of the options we have to get our office expenses reimbursed. I think that's a really great idea. I think we should just pursue it and see what happens. And while we were all talking and listening, I drafted some draft text. It's just like a couple sentences, and I'm going to put it in the chat again. It's just a really quick and easy resolution we can send to the mayor asking for either office space, which they probably won't find, or more likely reimbursement for our office space. And I think we should pursue that. I think we can save a lot of money, and then we can figure out what else to do. I know we've got a lot of needs, for our commission because we are small, and we have to do a lot with a little. And I know our community also has a lot of needs too. So I think that's the first thing. Second, we've got the phones. We did cut off my phone and Commissioner Piekara's because we're both using Google Voice, so that's saving us some money, which is great. And then the last thing is the printer. I did a little research. I couldn't find, I found some guidance from, who was it? Office of Attorney General. And let me sum this up quickly if I can. So I couldn't find anything that said that we had taken a public vote when we got our printer, like that we had taken a public vote to enter into the contract. And it sounds like if we hadn't voted to enter into the contract, then I guess technically the contract isn't binding. And I know we have a 3-year lease. We're a little over 2 years into that lease. A little over 1.5 years into that lease. I think if my reading is correct, and I can send this information to you all as well, it sounds like we can break our printer lease without repercussion.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Because we had 5A had already voted for us to have the printer.
5A?
Yeah. We were 5A before the redistricting. We turned into 5B. Because just as I said, after the fire, they took that printer and it took us 2 years to get a replacement.
So I think I can answer
So
this
we would
question.
have had to vote again for the same printer?
So was the first printer through CIT or through a different lease?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay, I
But
think it
we
might have.
they voted for that printer.
Okay, so because it would have been a new lease and it would have started the lease term all over again, we would have had to vote for it again before we entered into it. And if we didn't, it apparently isn't binding. And so we can get out of the lease without any penalty whatsoever, which is really strange to say, but that's OAG's guidance on that.
Right.
Can I vote yes and get off, you guys, for the budget?
Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
yes.
I'm sorry. Can I
you.
finish? Let me just finish because
Well, this is for the community, Commissioner. We had a chance to talk about this, Commissioner. We can, but so
can I please finish?
Could you in one or two sentences, Commissioner Costello?
Yes, I'm trying to, and I could do that a lot faster without interruption. So what I was trying to say is, if we cancel the contract, then we could reallocate that money to buy each person who needs or wants one, either an office jet or some other kind of printer. You can get a color printer, copier, and scanner for about $200, as well as allocate money towards ink, toner, whatever you need for your printer, as well as office supplies. And that would save us enough money to dedicate a little over half of our budget toward the community for grants, community events, or whatever we want to do with it.
Okay,
So
thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Costello.
Wait a minute. Point of order, but we're not going to be voting on that tonight. We're going to vote on the budget. So can we receive this presentation and get the information from you guys? And then we'll have time to actually look at what your proposal is, because I believe you sent the email around 3:30 today. Is this the same information?
I sent something around lunchtime.
Okay, is this the same information?
Around lunchtime, the email that I sent, yes, that should be it.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So, okay, so can we get some time to look at that? And then we can revisit, at least we can have time to look at it and have a discussion instead of having that discussion right now. So right now, I would like for us to take a vote on, and this is a proposed budget, Commissioner Amin. Commissioner Amin.
I'm muted. So yes, yes, Madam Chair, this is a proposed budget, and if we're ready, I would like to move.
Yes, would you please place a motion on the floor?
Yes, I move that ANC 5B accept the proposed budget for fiscal year 2022 that was presented to all commissioners.
All right, is there a second?
Carley, we can't hear you.
I second.
Okay.
The motion has been placed on the floor by Commissioner Amin, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. Call for the vote. ANC 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Carley is muted. I can see her lighting up.
Okay, let me see if I can. Could you unmute Commissioner Carley, Commissioner Piekara?
I'm not host.
Pass privileges to you.
I'm not host, but it says you and Commissioner Carley are hosts, so she should have the ability to unmute herself.
Okay, well, she can't. All right, so Commissioner Higgins.
She can vote in the chat.
Can you get in the chat, Commissioner Carley? Because before she was having difficulty getting in the chat and getting back online.
She still needs to be online here.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so, okay. Call for the vote, ANC 5B01. Commissioner Carley. ANC 5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yes. Aye. ANC 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Nay.
ANC 5B04, Commissioner Amin.
Support.
ANC 5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Nay.
Okay, we have a tie vote. Commissioner Carley is unable to mute herself. So I don't know.
Is it not convenient?
Yeah, you can't unmute
She's
herself.
trying. I can see her trying. Let's see. I'm gonna give her a call here and see what's going on.
She's already texted me that she can't get in and she can't use the chat. All right, so that's it for our meeting. Do we have any single member district reports?
Sorry, just to close out this for the minute. So the vote count is 2-2, which means the vote fails, correct? Just want to make sure we're having that for the record.
Well, Commissioner Carley, before she said she had to get off, she said her vote was yes, but we had not put the vote on the floor. So the vote did not go through.
Okay.
So I have a proposed budget that we can send to the office of ANC.
And sorry, you said we're on to single member district meetings or single member district update?
Yep, we're on the single member district update. 5B01.
That's Commissioner Carley.
5B03.
Had a single member district meeting yesterday. Really appreciate everyone's input and feedback as we still work through some of these traffic safety pieces. Had a lot of great ideas, Renee, Mr. Jackson. We had a lot of folks, Roxanne and others joining us. So it sounds like there's going to be a lot of movement to be able to get some more comprehensive policy changes that we're going to try to push forth. Anyone who is interested in being part of that, feel free to reach out to me. I think the more voices we can have really in support of this, the better. But ultimately wanting to make sure that we continue with having these installations of speed humps and always stop signs. One thing on the always stops, I know that there was an issue with 13th and Kearney. Sorry, it's late. 13th and Kearney, they put up a cross traffic does not stop sign rather than an actual four-way stop. I do have an email into DDOT because I was told that that is getting an always stop. And as some folks might have seen when I shared out DDOT's always stop list, it's on there. So that's it for me, but I'm going to keep pushing that and we'll circle back with folks.
All right, 5B04.
Nothing at this time.
All right, 5B05.
No, everybody go to bed. Get some sleep. And thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you. I just talked to Commissioner Carley and she is trying to get back in. She is unable to get in. Do we want to allow her the opportunity to get in to vote? Or are we adjourning the meeting?
Wait a minute. I have her on the phone, Commissioner Higgins. What's your question, Commissioner Carley? Where did you send her the link, Commissioner Higgins?
To her ANC email.
It's in your ANC email, Commissioner Carley. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah. Yeah, did you get it?
Is she able to get in? That is just the strangest thing to me.
She got the link. She's trying now.
Okay. Did Commissioner Costello, are you still with us?
I'm
Commissioner
here.
Piekara, are you still with us? All right. Is she able to get in?
It is starting.
Oh, okay.
Okay. No.
That is just the strangest thing. Is she in? Thank you, Ms. McCray. We appreciate that.
She said she got a screen.
Okay.
Okay. Let's try now. It's streaming.
All right, we're going to give it about 2 more minutes because it's almost 11 o'clock. Is she in?
Can you unmute? What do you got?
Which
Yeah,
side?
we can see you on the screen. Yeah, can you say something?
Okay.
Can you hear her, Chair?
I can't hear her now.
No.
Can she write in the chat?
Can you use your chat?
Can you raise your hand? Can you do
Can you raise your hand?
Okay,
Yeah, there
there
you
you
go.
go.
Oh, I was going to say, wow. I'm in, I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry. We were having technical difficulties and we were trying to take a vote. We could see you, but we couldn't hear you or get your hand raised. Do we have, if we take the vote again, is that against ANC rules?
I hadn't even voted.
No, we know you couldn't get through. We were trying to get through. So we were calling your name and we saw.
I heard the motion and then I went out. So I did hear the motion.
Okay.
And I tried to vote before it went out and then I got interrupted. And I said, yay.
Okay, we couldn't hear you. We couldn't hear you.
All right.
So is there a motion on the floor? And can we put another motion on the floor?
Yes. I, the treasurer, move that ANC 5B accepts the proposed budget for fiscal that's been presented for fiscal year 2022.
Is there a second?
Second.
The vote has been placed on the floor again. It's been seconded by Commissioner Carley. Call for the vote. 5B01, Commissioner Carley.
Yay.
5B02, Commissioner Higgins. Yay. 5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Yeah.
5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Okay.
Five B04.
Commissioner Amin, support.
5B05, Commissioner Costello.
Nay.
5B03, Commissioner Piekara.
Sorry, I was muted again. Nay.
Okay. The yeas have it. 3 yeas, 2 nays, and no abstentions. The motion has been moved. The meeting is adjourned. It is currently 10:55. Thank you, everyone.
I can go for another hour. Anybody want to stay on with me?
Good night.
All right, I'm talking to the people in the chat. Commissioner Piekara, I will reach out to you in the morning for your signature electronically.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.